Because that's just the only option
Pass
for
your
years.
little pack of 2 to me when we on the flight.
I like the butter pretzels.
If you over them, I'll take them.
Okay, you can have them.
I'll take them.
You ever have the butter pretzels on the flight?
Oh, those are good,
right?
And they got these new honey mustard pretzels, too, that they're serving.
I would eat that.
What if the options were one of them was Dots pretzels?
Oh,
that would change the game.
Pretzels are
change
amazing.
the game. Dots, the official pretzel of whatever airline.
I'm going to tell you a hack right now, and it has to do with your Green Bay Packers. The Dots pretzels with the Pine River cheese spread. Let me tell you something. Game day snack, game day hack. Hello. When you got those little Dots pretzels and you can dip them in that Pine River cheese spread, Pine River, holla at your boy. I know you responsible small, but holla at your boy. I'm all about it.
I think you just got it.
I'm all about it. Appreciate y'all.
That Pine River cheese.
I'm telling you, it's outstanding.
I have a major issue with Pat.
It's a spread.
It's a better game day snack than chips and dip. To me, it's better.
It's
better than chips and dip.
It's dippable. You can put it on veggies. You can put it on Dots pretzel. It's so good.
It's better than chips and guac or chips and salsa on game day, for me.
We all have to take a step back for a second, because I don't think we're actually focusing on not that you're not focusing on great stuff there, with the Pat part of it. This is a man that constantly comes on our show complaining about pricing for everything in the world. He will not stop about the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, too expensive.
Right. So let's just say on average for a round trip flight, you're paying somewhere between $250 and $350.
At least that's it.
Okay.
What flight are you taking?
Hold on.
Spirit, apparently.
Yeah, hold on a second. And you
$500
right.
one
so
way.
now you're complaining.
Coming on the end.
Now you're complaining about the quote-unquote free drinks and snacks?
Yeah.
For someone that is so price conscious, why are you turning down free stuff?
Because that doesn't, the little bag of pretzels doesn't make up for the.
It's better than not having it.
$100 for a carry-on. What are we talking about?
But it's better than not having it. Why would I not want the snacks on the plane?
I think he's saying for the price that he's paying to sit down and bring his things with him, he should have a better snack.
That's not what he said.
Am I right, Pat?
No, he's saying the short flights.
No, I think it's dumb that they have them in general.
See?
So you don't want anything.
That's what I'm saying.
No. Why do I have to sit next to someone who's shoveling pretzels into their mouths for 2 hours?
So that's what annoys you, somebody eating next to you on the plane. But what happens if they bring their own snack on there? Even if they're not serving anything.
We're in the air for 2 hours.
You know what? I want to fly with Pat and microwave fish
2 hours without having something to drink? That seems kind of weird to me.
I mean,
that seems like a long time to go without having a beverage. If you're not sleeping, to not have any water, to not have any juice or soda for 2 hours? That seems like a long period of time, Pat.
And what if you're delayed?
Yeah, I think you're off on that one, Bo.
Look, you can have a water bottle or something. I'm fine with that.
It's okay to be wrong.
It's the little like Dixie cup of ice water. It's like, okay, who's this? Do we really need this? You can't bring your own water bottle?
Literally, no. You're not allowed to.
You know how much water costs in the airport? You know how much water costs in the airport? A bottle of water is $10.
It's literally, if you get one for $6, that's cheap.
That little Dixie cup isn't hydrating anyone.
I'll take that Dixie cup over a $10 bottle of water.
Chef, you next.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BREAK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BREAK to 321-321. That's BREAK to 321-321.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt is in the corner waiting patiently for your phone calls in which you can just get on the air really kind of immediately. Doug, you're not happy with the filtering process for the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101.
I would like it to be a little more buttoned up. It seems like anyone who calls gets through, and they say some very suggestive things to and about me, and I don't care for it much.
What's the entry to the show? Before they say something horrendous to Doug, something very... Boy, it's not even innuendo. It's graphic.
It really is.
Before they get to the graphic part, yeah, I heard the guys talking about the Blues. I wouldn't mind talking about some of their puck possession the other night. How do they get on the air? Is it something along those lines?
It's got to be. I think they know that my feelings are very easily hurt, and so that's what they're going for.
Just tell them you like Jimmy, and they'll put you right on.
All right.
That's all it takes. And then you say something vile.
You just call and you're on. There's virtually no filtering process.
Hey, Doug, everybody's tired of you bitching about your job.
Okay, pot him down.
No, that was a drop.
Oh.
Jackson's committed to playing drops today.
Are you?
He's going to play, you said, 25 drops. There's one.
I'll take the under. I'll take the under.
You're going to go under?
Oh, I can eclipse that.
Well, I know you can.
If I lock in.
I would like the Lou Brock. Can I
enjoying the show?
Do we have that?
See how quick we can get the drops.
I feel like Buck Swope would have it if we don't.
Buck Swope and Stedman would already have played it 10 times.
Jeez.
Buck Swope, Milagro,
Again, I'm enjoying the show.
Well, thank you, Base Burglar.
And the context on that, Doug, he's on hold. I think it was old newspapers, Boys Day. He's on hold. And Tim was talking some smut or something or other.
Yes, I was.
And
That's the brand.
Cat and I are hiding under the table. I'm like, we're going to get to Mr. Brock. He's waiting on hold. And he started with, I'm enjoying the show. He was
so this is the show, huh?
There's Panger.
Panger didn't like it either.
Yeah.
That's 3 drops, Jackson. You're dunking.
Wow. I'm going to count. 1, 2, 3. I love that Lou Brock. Every time I would see him, he called me Mr. Marquette.
Oh, Marquette.
Like, I guess I talked about Marquette too much, and we'd be talking about anything but college basketball. And he'd say, hello there, Mr. Marquette.
He was just the nicest,
I like that. I
sweetest
might see
guy.
if I can weave that in.
He really was just a wonderful guy.
1,000%.
He was. He really was. No BS about that. Hey, friends have gathered in the YouTube chats. Doug, there are 2 separate YouTube chats. Which one do you interact with?
Neither.
Okay.
Neither right now. I'd like to really get more involved because I've got way too much time on my hands. And it'd be a great way to spend it as I come close to retirement. I need a hobby.
And that is to interact on YouTube chats? YouTube.com/TMASTL. 73 people in that YouTube chat. Now, I want to make it clear that the 101 ESPN YouTube chat feels like they're slighted. And, Jackson, there are only how many people in that chat?
That's a good question, Tim. The answer to it currently says 30.
30.
Well, it's early, and it's raining.
Usually that number is around 1:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they don't want to go outside and turn on the Wi-Fi.
8 o'clock is when you start to see the people settle in. They get into the office, Clayton Financial District, and then they put this on and blare it throughout the building. And that's how you can interact with friends during the program, in addition to the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. It is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour on TMA. Martin, Jackson sends out a dossier every night.
Yes. It's fluid, which means you can get in there and add to it.
Yep.
You got something you'd like to hear or see on the show, this is your chance. Not people at home, but you fellas right there. I'm excited about the show. And a little bit of housekeeping.
What do we have? Housekeeping.
Rich Gould will be here in studio 9 a.m. on a Wednesday.
Oh, fantastic. Tomorrow.
He said he's not bringing his guitar because he hasn't been playing lately.
Oh, no.
So
he's off.
I said, bring the guitar, bring the children's book. He'll probably bring a stack. And if you'd like to buy one and have it autographed, this will be your chance. Actually, my buddy Matt Offenberg said, can you get me an autographed copy of Rich's book? And I sent back like, ha-ha. And he's like, no, it's serious. Oh. Sorry.
David, how about a little Popeye's chicken? That good for your golf swing?
Was that David Eckstein golfing?
I think that might have been David Eckstein, although in hindsight now, I'm thinking I'm surprised Eckstein agreed to go over to the Casino
Could it have
Queen.
been David Freese, maybe, a guest that Rich was buddy with some of those Cardinal players.
Yeah.
So Uncle Rich will be here on Wednesday night. Josh Schertz, the Billiken coach, on Thursday.
Yeah, how about that? In studio.
And was their idea, question mark? Yeah, I think
yes,
they offered him up.
Their media relations director DM'd me on Facebook. And is this how interviews used to get lined up, Doug, when you were in Miami?
Exact same way, yeah.
DM'd Mark Duper.
We were all on
Would you
Facebook.
like to do the show on Sunday night?
Some of us were on Facebook 20 years before it was invented. We were ahead of our time down there.
And I said, yeah, we'd love to have him on. And he's coming in studio.
And Strick will be here Friday, Andy Strickland. So the 9 o'clock hour, Doug leaves. We should point out, Doug will not be here the next few days.
He's flying to SoCal today.
Yeah, I need more vacation time. I've only taken like 12, 13 weeks so far this year, so I need a little bit more time.
And to fill the gap, we could talk to Jackie a little more, but we thought, let's bring in some friends of the show. You think? Yeah, well, Adam. Oh, and today at 9:30, we have another surprise guest.
Wow.
If anybody guesses it, I may give out a prize.
It's that obscure.
Well, now I don't want to get too much detail out there, but I think you're going to enjoy this.
Doug, you want to fire a bet at the pot?
You're going to bring him on, and we have to guess who it is based on his voice?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't have any idea.
Well, don't. That's okay.
So I'm trying to think of the standard ones.
I do like guessing games. You have initials?
No, 0% chance.
Oh.
Gosh, what kind of game show is this?
Well, I like guessing games.
Doug like hints immediately. Otherwise, it gets very frustrating. So for the next 2.5 hours, he's going to be asking you names. I'm going to cross Edmonds and Joe Buck off the list because they would be.
They would have told you?
They would have been. That's possible, but they also would be in the likely ones. So therefore, if this is so unlikely that you'd give out a prize.
What if Joe Buck calls in a voice of somebody else?
Wow.
Plays a character.
Breaking ball right
Probably
there.
got home at 3 a.m. from Kansas City. Chiefs pulled that out last night. Wants to call into the show, but wants to be incognito.
He wants badly to call into the show.
Yeah. I could see him and Aikman going, hey, can I get on first?
How did we not have him on the first show? Every sports radio station, every show in St. Louis, rather, that launches, first day, Joe Buck, Bob Costas, and then the next day you have on your dad. It's just kind of how it works.
Shakira Sanders is guessing it's Bob Nightingale.
Okay, I'm going to write that down.
Good morning, gentlemen. Doug, Jim, Timmy, how are you?
We're doing fine, thanks.
I don't know who that is.
Joe Theismann.
Oh, that's right.
He would call me Timmy because he liked to imply that he slept with my mother at Notre Dame and was my father, which was delightful.
You'd probably be taller.
He wasn't that tall, though, so that's why it's kind of live.
He was, what, 5'11", 6 foot?
You'd probably be more athletic. How about that?
Yeah,
no offense to your dad.
No, that's
friend
tough.
of the show.
That's tough but fair. Yeah. He did a cup of coffee with the CBC soccer team.
We haven't spoken to him in a few years.
My father or my fake father?
Theismann. I wonder what he's doing because you don't see him on TV much anymore.
He was really prominent.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of those guys that just disappeared. Bill Clement was the greatest hockey announcer.
Oh, yeah.
Just disappeared. And all of a sudden on NBC in the Summer Olympics, he'd be doing ping pong. And I'm like, how in the hell did that happen?
I think they all want the newest thing. You could be a pretty good broadcaster and Tom Brady comes along and you get pushed aside. They always want the more current, greatest thing in most of the sports, really. It's pretty unusual to see the basketball guys hang around as long as they have.
Hubie Brown still calling games. He might be 90.
Yeah.
Maybe he's the guest.
How about this? 3 straight guesses on this one. There's no way. But this would be pretty good. Okay. And it also would tie into Election Day. Mr. Big Cream, Daddy Padre, Blues Netminder.
Those are the guesses?
No.
They're the ones
These are the people
making,
texting it in.
I don't have Mr. Big Cream's number.
Your text inbox is different than mine, or do you have it up?
No, I don't.
Oh, I see what
personally
you're
have
saying.
his phone number.
Mr. Big Cream, Daddy Padre, and Kwame Voyukas IV. 3 straight texts, all sent at 7:08. Guess Jeff Passan. Martin, I'm going to call. I don't know if you have a rapport with Jeff Passan, but I just feel like I picked a little something up that, Doug, it's worth seeing what Martin does on the turn. Jeff Passan got sideways with Doug. Are you aware of this? This is 2016.
And I can tell you it's not Jeff Passan, okay? I don't want to ruin the fun for everyone. Really? It is not Jeff Passan.
Would we even know his voice if he just came on?
I think I might know his voice.
I don't know.
He's always got a tie on. Always looks like he's going to his confirmation. He's got like a shirt. He's got a coat and tie, but it looks like they just made him put that on for his hit. And I'm like, do you have to always wear a tie?
Isaac Bruce from the 314.
I'm friends with Isaac Bruce.
That's kind of an outlier.
I don't think he'd want to do this, but I mean, no offense to you guys.
Hello, Vivian.
John C. Monster Seymour, Vivian Azure. Doug had a brief run in the industry, friend of the program, and then left after a week.
You friends with her, Martin?
I'm not familiar with Vivian. What did Jeff Passan? He got mad.
So, Doug, you tell the story because it involved you.
He was on hold, and we're getting ready to talk to him about something Cardinal
related. This was 2016, circa the election. So it's beautiful timing on the part of Kwame Nwoyukas, Mr. Big Cream, and Blues Net Mighty Daddy
today to get him on.
Yeah. And I don't know if he heard this while he was on hold.
He was on hold, yeah.
When he first
was not enjoying the show?
He was not. He was not enjoying Doug's take.
I was talking about Hillary Clinton destroying all the Blackberries with her 33,000 emails on there during the investigation of her.
We'll get to that at 7:15.
Yeah. And he heard that and said, I'm not coming on the Rush Limbaugh show. Slammed down the phone and off he went.
Has not returned since.
No.
Real quick, will they offer Holiday a new deal? Click, click. That's the end of that. Bob Feller and Claves got sideways.
Yeah,
remember
that's
that
right.
Claves called him an old racist.
Yeah.
I think they hung up on the Hall of Famer instead of vice versa.
Yeah.
That's when you have the power. When you hang up on the person.
Yeah.
How many Hall of Famers have you ever hung up on?
That's a great question. I don't
know that I've ever done that.
I had to call Ray Nitschke when I worked in Madison. He hung up on me. Did not want to be bothered.
Really?
I forget what it was about.
Larry Thornton, who used to produce at KSDK, is guessing Malcolm Briggs.
That's a great guess, and I've tried to get Malcolm on my podcast and on radio, but he's in the financial services industry, and he says he can't.
SEC violations?
Yeah, they won't allow. I said, oh, my God, we're going to talk about you and the Bushwhacker. I mean, the old Sports Plus days. Malcolm, thanks. Says he can't do it.
Now we have Mark Hanna, who's in the financial services business. He's on all the time.
Wow, look at all these guesses. These are giving me great ideas.
Yeah. Steve Savard.
That's a great guess as well. He just tweeted at me the other day.
I saw that. I saw you.
He was giving me and Frank props.
Yeah.
And then Sevy's not a big social media guy. And I wrote him back. He was talking about Craig Berube being in town and that Martin and Frank ran him down. He gave us credit for making the extra effort, even if it's on a Saturday morning. And I replied back to him and said, you would appreciate the fact that I had to steal a base, Rick Smith voice.
Ah, yeah, nice.
And then Sevy writes back, geez, I don't even get a like or a retweet. I thought, is he looking for clicks?
Well, Jimmy Cruz, don't let me down, Jimmy. I got you beat in Louisville.
What about Digger Phelps talking Jim Cruz?
He was, what was it? Digger. What was the Digger drop? He used to be a drop fest on this show.
Yeah.
Digger Phelps. I'm putting him down my list.
Jackson, I think you're at 7 drops already. I mean, you're just dunking on people today.
Tournament.
Yeah.
Tournament.
You talk about the tournament.
Does that count as 1 or 2 drops?
I think you count that as 1. Yeah, that's only fair.
Twice, okay.
People are guessing Trey Wingo now. It's just all Matt Weiner, KSTK Sports Department.
Those guys have all been on recently with me on podcast and radio.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
What's Weiner doing?
He's still
TNT,
NBA TV. And God bless NBA TV because Jackie probably watches it nightly. But then you'll see Matt pop up on like a TBS baseball postseason postgame.
Yeah, they both made it big. How about Trey Wingo? What's he doing now?
Podcast.
He does a lot of different things. He has an Amazon like pregame show on
is that right? I didn't know that.
Mondays and Thursdays. I just talked to him about a month ago. He was in town for a wedding. A St. Louis wedding. He said he was in Webster Groves, and somebody came up and said, hey, are you on Channel 5? He's like, it's been a while. People in St. Louis are really slow to change.
I still have people come up to me and say, watch you every night. I say, no, you don't. Haven't been there for 3 years.
Good morning. I offered Claves my wife at the year-end awards party, and he clutched his belt buckle and put the fear of God in me. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
2-pound carrot cake.
About that. Jackson's having a big show. Jackson's having a big show. Speaking of the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, I'm about to do a live endorsement for one of his businesses.
Oh, yeah, let's get to that.
It's the Illinois Recovery Center. Doug, your suspension logule is sponsored by
the same folks.
The Illinois Recovery Center. Illinois Recovery Center, longtime sponsor of TMA here on 101 ESPN. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking a first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? Well, they have 5 main reasons. A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, top-notch facility, and accommodation. Discover the path to lasting recovery and renewal at Illinois Recovery Center, where compassionate support meets personalized care for your unique journey. Whether you have made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Get involved on the program. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. You can listen to the program, podcast, go back to anything you want. Listen to 101 ESPN throughout the day on the 101 ESPN app, which is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. And email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. John Cusick is in the YouTube chat, and he says maybe Jackson can play a full drop game today as opposed to his basketball Tigers who fade at halftime. Wow.
Was this 21 straight defeats now for them? 20 straight losses?
Don't jump the gun, Doug.
Okay, sorry.
And they had how big of a lead?
14.
In the second half.
13 in the second half.
You sure? Look that up now.
I actually bet Missouri +4.
Oh, wow.
And I had already marked it in my dossier. Martin, I also had a prop bet on Bucky Irving over 34.5 yards that didn't hit.
Oh, my God. Well, actually, the 9:30 call is an intervention, Tim. Oh, my. No, that Mizzou game, that was disheartening because if you're into Mizzou basketball and it's a little tough lately, that was encouraging. Looking good, running the floor, doing what Penny likes to do, getting up and down the floor, athletic, a lot of dunks, and then they just fell apart.
Were you watching by yourself, Jackson?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Jackson did a watch party by himself when they played in the NCAA tournament. They beat Utah State, lost to Princeton, and there are a few gifts. Chairman Kurt might have them at his disposal, in which Jackson's throwing things around his apartment by himself and I'm wondering, were you tossing things last night?
No, I started out just kind of watching, first game of the season.
Was it just you by yourself or with the love of your life?
Just me by myself. I was planning on going to a buddy's place, but he had to cancel late.
Oh, Private Citizen Pete.
He would have been there. And then I just was hanging out, watching the game, kind of just like, all right, I'll just take it in and go as it, watch as it goes. I won't get too emotional. And then by the second half, I was sweating.
Did you do the Skip Bayless where you take the jersey, you walk over to the trash can, and you throw it into the trash can?
Throw it away a couple times and then give a take while your wife films you.
He'd be a good surprise guest.
When Memphis was down 6, I was thinking to myself, there's no way they don't win this game, and relatively comfortably, but they wound up winning by more than I would have ever anticipated. It was so clear that Missouri was folding up shop.
I
assume you could
yes.
tell that as well? As somebody who beat, he beat Jason Tatum.
Yeah, I was on the team. I did not. They would have played with 4 as opposed to playing with me in there. I was only a sophomore. For the life of me, I don't get how Dennis Gates subs guys in and out. You have a guy, Trent Pierce, who had an outstanding first half, who doesn't get in until like 4 minutes left to go in the game. I don't get he always stacks up. He's like, we got so many guys. You can't play 12 guys sustainably. It's just not right because guys can't get in rhythm. No one's ever comfortable. I can't stand the 12-man rotation thing.
Would you
establish 8 people or 9 people that can play 20 minutes plus a game and then run with it.
Would you say there's hope or it's hopeless? I heard that driving in. Hope or hopeless?
Fraud or fraud?
Hope because they have talent. Possibly hopeless because I don't know if they're going to be organized enough.
And then the Billikens lose Robbie Avila last night.
Oh, my God.
Injury.
I was watching that game. Quite a production. Were you watching it?
I didn't. I couldn't find it. It was ESPN Plus, right?
It was on YouTube.
Out of the Pentagon.
It looked like Martin, I remember you were very complimentary of the women's softball game I called on public access in 1996 in Columbia.
No.
It looked like the same production truck was there.
Trevino's probably got a copy somewhere. I want to get a VHS of Tim calling. It was really well done. Jimmy did a nice job.
This production
was similar.
It was very, very comparable. And I got to tell you, as opposed to watching Missouri, I was enjoying watching the Billikens play because Robbie Avila, I mean, the passes he can make, and then he's out there shooting threes. It was fun to watch.
He's one of the best players in the country. He's on the All-American preseason watch.
He is so fun to watch, but he's not your typical big man. And if you haven't had a chance to watch him when he was with Indiana State, but he got hurt about a month ago in an exhibition game or practice on September 27th.
It was a Friday night practice when they had their opening. It used to be that March or
Midnight Madness.
Midnight Madness, but they had it, like late September, whatever it is now, the schedule.
So he sprains his ankle. They're right there with Santa Clara, a team that's expected to be pretty good, even though they're relatively obscure. They're in Gonzaga's and St. Mary's conference. And then he gets hurt with about 4.5 minutes left, and you're just like, holy crap, this is going to be brutal. Because now Josh Schertz, who will be in studio with us on Thursday, said they're expecting him to be out for a while. He says it does not look good. Yeah. I mean, this is a game changer. We can't have anything around
Everybody's getting hurt. Mahomes left the field with an ankle injury last night. Came back.
And the Chiefs, of course, are St. Louis's team.
Right.
Martin, as you know, because you take phone calls from disgruntled listeners.
Mm-hmm. We usually give out Joe Buck's home number. And if you want to see the Chiefs on Fox 2, but they're scheduled for Monday Night Football, see if Joey can't just move that.
Just call Joe with any question you might have.
Might not be a bad idea.
969 Buck. Call the house. Joe says the phone rang all damn day. Because his dad would go around telling everybody, just call the house.
That is true.
969 Buck.
The audience might not be aware of the fact that their phone number was truly 314-969-BUCK.
Yeah.
Did you know that,
Now
Jackson?
people are going to start calling it today.
I've heard that. I've heard you guys talk about it before, but I don't think I ever knew that.
Do you think that number is still in play? Chairman, you may want to call that number and just have them do a little I hear you back and forth.
Get involved in the program. Call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in Air Comfort Service. Text line, 314-399-9646. And then the YouTube chats. Now here we go, Doug.
Okay,
the TMA YouTube chat. 158 people are in there, including Jackson's favorite poster, Bill Reloaded.
Bill Reloaded is the best.
Bill Reloaded is in there. He's just talking it over regarding ILL's big win over Eastern Illinois, and 48 are in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat, including Bishan about sports, and he asks, did Jackson bring the ball gag on this rainy Tuesday?
I left it at home.
Oh, no.
Along with any other masochist tools.
Somebody's going to be
whole bag full?
Jackson's masochist tools will be in the
Got a lot of leather, brother.
Put that on.
Really?
Doug, that's hot. And we're not going to kink shame. We don't kink shame on the show.
I do.
So that cannot happen. Call in. I understand that if the chairman is fielding calls over there. Andy's sending me gifts of Jackson and his
reactions. I got
reactions.
one of those, too. I like it.
Aren't those good? Yeah, this chairman's got good gifts. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. You want to talk it over with Chairman Kurt, you just call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. John Scores is in. Doug, is he on the YouTube?
I don't know where he is.
101 ESPN or on the TMA?
How would I know?
He wants to know if Larry Nickel is going to be on today.
Oh.
Is he the surprise, Martin? Is Larry Nickel the
That would be a surprise to me. Is he on the dossier?
Jackson, is he on the dossier?
No, Larry just kind of calls in, and
So
we can do WWE recap.
Okay. I look. The list of audio intrigues me. I didn't hear Joe Kelly unloading on the Yankees. I'm interested in that. Dave Roberts said he was terrified to come back to L.A. How about that, Doug? Political commentary? Dave Roberts.
Why would he be terrified?
Dave Roberts says he was terrified to come back to L.A. for Game 6. I'm guessing it had to do with the pressure of the series. But Jason Kelsey apologized on Monday Night Countdown. I didn't see it.
We actually have all of this audio. Jackson's just he's running a tight ship here with this dossier. You know, maybe you stayed up last night because you couldn't sleep after the Tigers blew the big lead, and you're just like, I'm going to churn out audio. Is that what happened?
No, after the Tigers lost, first I kind of sat there frustrated.
Staring at the wall?
I was going to watch Gabe's post game, and then I said, why am I doing this to myself?
How many people watched Gabe's Monday night post game?
After that one, probably more than will if the season goes how I think it might go. I think this might be because I think a lot of people are watching this one, and then I'm gonna
short you on that because many people in the state were probably watching the Chiefs and Buccaneers.
Yeah, maybe going back and forth, but with ESPN Plus,
Gabe was pissed he had to do that damn thing. He's a big Chiefs fan.
Yeah,
that was a classic game last night.
Could he farm that out?
They had Drew.
Where's Gerard on that one?
They had Drew King.
Who
does Mizzou basketball.
Gerard is the football power Mizzou guy.
Yeah, he was in Memphis.
That's impressive.
He was in Memphis
Look at
for
the
the
Colonel.
game.
Sending people out.
So they had boots on the ground there.
Do you like that?
Don't say boots on the ground.
My beef was like that broadcast. The ESPN Plus broadcast was like on Windows 95. It felt like it was grainy. Broadcast team. I mean, they had like 110 college basketball games going on yesterday, and ESPN Plus had damn near all of them. So I assume they just get some hometown guys there who like work in local broadcasting and say, "Can you call this game for us?"
Shot at Tim calling softball.
But it was like watching a live stream with a couple Memphis fans. That's what it felt like. It was just brutal to watch.
Still better to watch than not be able to, though.
Oh, 100%. But at a certain point, I was like, should I just turn off the audio?
Did you watch any of the Billiken game?
I caught some of the back end and then watched a bunch of the highlights of it. Robbie Avila is like
the back end.
You're starting to see a little producer Joe.
Well, I was working here. The afternoon star was not conducive to hanging out and watching it. I watched a ton of the highlights of it, and Robbie Avila is so cool. Like he's more Nikola Jokic than he is Giannis. He's like it's all footwork.
Kellen Thames looked good.
Yeah.
They were fun to watch. That's a shame. Yeah, Swope came over from Indiana State. I was thinking we got to get Buck Swope the Swope jersey as a thank you for his years of commitment to this program.
Yeah.
That sucks, man. That really sucks because that was fun to watch. I'm like, these guys could be legit.
Yeah, the way he
watched Missouri, and I'm going, oh boy. I don't know if I even want to watch this, much less if I think they're going to be any good.
It gets depressing after a while.
It's just bad. Mm-hmm. It's just bad and not fun to watch.
What about college basketball as a whole? There's so many changes. I was studying rosters last night. I was going through. Dane Danger is on Memphis.
Correct.
From Illinois, and he didn't start at Illinois. I went back. He started at Baylor. Then he was in Illinois for a while. I love the name, Dane Danger, and now he's on Memphis.
Well, they were showing the Billikens roster, and they're like, they have 3 guys from last year's team, and 10 years ago, you would say, oh, no, what happened? Mm-hmm. For this year, that is actually a lot of traction to have that many players hold over.
Yeah. And Gibson Jimerson is in his 15th season with the Billikens now. Yeah. This is number 6. Year number 6. How do you pull that off?
It's going to set all the records.
One COVID year. Okay, 5.
We got an injury year in there. Red shirt.
Yep.
There's 6 right there.
We got Cam Rising.
Fraud's really not going to talk about Will Riley scoring 31 in his first game for Illinois? That's from Fish, the people.
We are frauds.
Illinois likes to shoot the 3.
There's our coverage.
I clipped that off. There it is.
We have Larry on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Yeah, Larry heard the bat signal and he checked in. He's on line 1.
Martin, have you ever had a chance to talk with Larry Nickel when he does his WWE recap? This was not on the dossier.
He's hijacked the dossier.
It's okay. Larry can always hijack.
Well, sure he can.
Larry, good morning. Welcome to your debut on 101 ESPN.
Thanks, guys. How you guys doing, by the way?
We're fine. Larry, how are you?
I'm doing great, Doug.
All right. So what happened on the program last night we need to know about?
Martin, this is where we recap the audience on what happened on professional wrestling, WWE Raw. Doug calls it Raw as War, and I always have to correct him, don't I, Larry?
Say that.
Is this on the Netflix now? Is this the new deal? I'm like Jackson. I caught some of the end of it, but not all of it.
It's not on Netflix till January of next year.
Okay. All right.
Doug, that's awesome for you. You still get to watch it on free.
I've missed it every week for almost 35 years now.
Yeah, you need to start watching, Doug.
Well, probably not. So what happened last night?
Well, last night there were 2 matches with championship implications.
Okay.
The first one was a battle royal to determine a number 1 contender to Liv Morgan's world title.
All right. How'd that turn out?
The winner of the match is Io Sky.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Well, that was exciting. And then what?
Yeah, and then the second match with championship implications was a fatal 4-way match to determine a number 1 contender to Gunther's world title.
Gunther's world title. Okay.
Gunther?
Yes.
Boy, run that names.
All right. And so that was the end of the show? They wrapped it up at that point?
I didn't get a chance to tell you who won the match.
Oh, okay. You know what? Let's get to that. Who won?
Gideon Priest. So he gets his rematch with Gunther.
Oh, good. Okay.
That'll be fun.
Mm-hmm. By the time you got the rematch, I don't
Maybe
know.
Gunther is the surprise guest. Do you guys...
Gunther at 9:30 here on 101 ESPN.
Maybe it's Dieter.
Okay. Anything else happen that we need to know about?
Well, there was a match between the New Day, who I interviewed, and
Humble
the
brag.
War Raiders.
Just in the middle of the whole report, he did a humble brag.
And the War Raiders won the match.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'd like to thank the wrestling community for not complaining that we don't show highlights on the 2 Fox. You know,
whereas you're hearing it from Chiefs fans.
Yeah, they want their games. They want them now. But the wrestling community is content with the lack of
Larry,
coverage.
you are a leader of a wonderful community.
Thank you, Tim.
Do you have the top 5 countries in the world, especially here on this election day, 2024?
This
Martin,
could be divisive.
Yeah, this is a significant moment in our nation's history. Larry Nickel, after he ranks after he gives us the professional wrestling recap from the night before, he ranks the 5 nations. Some people think this is based on GDP. It's actually not. The algorithm is much more complex. Mm-hmm. Larry, go ahead.
Okay. Number 5 will be Argentina.
Yeah. Okay. Not 4 or 5.
Number 4 will be Australia.
I almost feel like you're making this up as we go.
The pause does give off that tone.
Are you going through the alphabet?
No.
Watch Austria.
Number 3 will be England.
Yeah, jolly old England.
Number 2 will be Canada.
Yeah.
And on the election day 2024, number 1, United States of America.
Yes! Right. Yes! How's that feel, Doug?
It feels great. Feels wonderful.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he is, Larry Nickel, 101 ESPN wrestling correspondent. Mm-hmm. Yep. That job's been booked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, let's check that off the list. That's done until next week?
Next Tuesday.
Is that how it works?
That's correct.
There's wrestling on almost every night now, but we only cover the big one on Monday
Absolutely.
night.
They got a thing
Wars.
going. People are into it. I appreciate the fact that people are into it. It's just not my thing.
No, me neither.
Well, that's why we recap people.
Okay.
Martin, you don't know anything about lowtusa.com, do you?
I want to tell you about getting your edge back. Energy, focus, drive, things that we all want no matter what your age is. We're talking about Mantality Health, lowtusa.com. That's the website. Want to be better in the weight room, the bedroom? Want to be lean, mean, fatigue, low energy, things you're dealing with? weight gain, muscle loss, there is something you can do about it. Oftentimes it is low testosterone. LowTUSA.com is the website. Put in the promo code RISE, R-I-S-E, and start getting that personalized treatment you deserve. They're going to meet with you in person. It's not online. Get that consultation, walk through your program. What are you looking to accomplish? Whether it is putting on some muscle, whether it is regaining your energy, you can do all of that. Handling mood swings. Nobody wants that as part of their daily routine. LowTUSA.com, the website. Promo code is RISE. Get your edge back, your focus, your drive. You can do that. All of it with Mantality Health.
How about this? Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson is attracted to, says, other than KG, all of you are low T.
Oh,
that's nice.
Could be true.
It's probably true.
Yeah.
Can we do that? Can we get tested live on air by Mantality?
Has he seen our blood work?
Yeah. Eric in the Central West End.
Let's get the energy up on the show. I think it's been a big drop Tuesday. I'm proud of Jackie.
Yeah,
He's
Jackson,
done a
you're
great job.
ratcheting it up. You're all grown up, and you're all grown up.
Thanks, fellas.
I don't know how to keep up with all these texts, Tim. How do you do it? There's so many.
Well, they're not real positive.
Any chance there's going to be some sports talked about today at some point in time? This content's pure garbage.
Doubtful.
618.
Really?
That one's evergreen.
I'm
We get that
surprised.
about every day.
I am
Tim,
surprised.
you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Oh,
For
my
20
wife
years.
listened yesterday, and she said it was very sportsy, and she seemed a little disappointed. And I said, wow. Well, this McKernan can't get it right.
The TMA listeners hate the show. The 101 listeners hate the show. And Doug, here we are.
And Doug hates
feeling
the
it
show?
all. And Doug hates the show.
We're just in a cauldron of hate.
How are the sports? Are they great?
How about that?
Not
How about
that great.
Hey, Jackson Popovich. How about that Jason Tatum? MVP this season. That's from the 636.
Making a case, or at least a little early to tell, but.
You watch that Starting Five on Netflix?
Yep.
Good?
Yeah. I mean,
watched
it's
the first
it's-
episode and a half, I believe, so far.
I mean, it's like so up my alley. But like Anthony Edwards is just
But see,
instant
I would watch
offense.
the same kind of. It's five NBA players: LeBron, Tatum,
DeMontis Sabonis, Ant, and Jimmy
Sabonis
Butler.
and Jimmy Butler. But if they had five NHL players, they had take your pick. Jackson, why don't you name five NHL superstars?
Well, it's funny. I actually have a question about this. Is in my
my God!
my question
I just
set
led him into a topic.
is about the about NHL or MLB guys. So if I had to name five NHL players, I'd like to see maybe a little Nathan McKinnon, maybe a little Sid the Kid Crosby to be the LeBron stand-in, maybe a little Cale Makar to get a little American in there. Let's go with Matthew Tkachuk. And then let's go with McDavid, obviously. And we'll
already
round
named
it out.
five, but we're going
What
more.
a puckhead.
Look at this guy.
We'll round it out with Colton Parayko to get a little hometown love. Or Binner. Let's go Binner. I've seen some
Jamie
Binner
Rivers
stuff.
is very proud of you right now.
I named the most commonly known. It's not like I really
Austin
dug into my
Matthews didn't
bag.
make the cut.
Yeah, that would have added some more American
Gotta have a
flair
leaf in
there. Yeah.
I thought if you got stuck, you could go Brady Tkachuk. Just start naming Tkachuks. That'll get you halfway there.
When in doubt.
Or my
Follow
boy
Walter around.
My boy T-Fred, Trent Frederick.
Oh, he's got a boy.
You got a boy, T-Fred?
Trent and I went to middle school together.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell at the time that he was destined to be a professional athlete?
Yep.
Why?
Because he was the best hockey player in the state, or one of.
Even in middle school?
He was, way up there. He was incredible.
Huh.
Always was.
You guys see that huge Timothy Chalamet lookalike contest in New York City? I haven't seen that many twinks with low T in one place since the last time I drove by a CBC graduation ceremony. That's from Mr.
wow.
Licks.
Damn.
Gosh.
Nothing's more manly than talking about other men's testosterone.
So you're going after Eric in the Central West End and Mr. Licks with that comment.
Done it before. I'll do it again.
Oh, wow. This guy's mad about Missouri blowing a huge lead, and he's loaded for bear.
I got time today.
When they had that stay-at-home dads convention in St. Louis, that had to be a low-T festival.
That actually might be right.
Mentality needs to set up remotes.
I think half our listeners were at the stay-at-home dad's remote. What do you do all day? I text into the show.
Post on the fan
call
page.
in and try and get on.
Get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service. Text line, Collier and Thompson phone lines. You just call in, you talk it over with Chairman Kurt, and next thing you know, you're on the line. 314-974-0101. It's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. The program is TMA. My name's Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt on the phone lines. This is 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Chiefs defeat the Buccaneers last night 30-24 on Monday Night Football. The Chiefs moved to 8-0 on the season. We got Blues hockey tonight on 101 ESPN as they take on the Tampa Bay Lightning. You can catch that game right here, 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the morning after. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Coming up on today's program, John Kelly is with us at 8:15, and a surprise guest lined up by Martin Kilcoyne at 9:30. We have a guest of former St. Louis sports radio host Rob Fisher, because Missouri was in Memphis. Fish works in Memphis. Oh, Doug, did we just hit?
Did we get it?
That's from the X and Espresso.
Rob Fisher.
Sabrina Carpenter?
Juno.
Just played the Chaffetz, Sabrina Carpenter, right?
Did you go?
I did not.
Tickets were crazy.
You went?
No.
You looked to go.
My girlfriend loves her, and I really like her music too. And but that ticket was really expensive.
I talked to someone the other day who spent $4,000 on a ticket to see Taylor Swift in Indianapolis.
Holy crap! Like a ticket?
Yeah.
A ticket?
One ticket, $4,000.
Buddy yours went by himself to see Taylor Swift?
No, it wasn't a soy boy.
$4,000.
What would you spend for? There isn't a concert out there I would spend $4,000 to see.
No.
Maybe if Timmy's taking some calls, I would spend $4,000 just to call in.
If I were taking phone calls, you can do that for free. Just call on in.
On a stage. I like that idea,
On a stage, just take phone calls from angry listeners.
You at the Dome. Just a desk taking calls.
Well, the trivia night that's coming up, is there TMA interaction, or can I sit in the corner and not really interact?
Martin, that's a great question. We do have a TMA trivia night a week from Friday. It's at St. Gabriel's. Iggy was texting me and Jackson about it. He wanted to help out with it.
Yeah, God bless him.
Yeah, amen. I said, I don't really know what there is to help out with, although I think he came up with a music category.
Last year, for sure.
He did.
Yeah, if he wants, he can shoot that over, and I can add it up to the list.
But we do 10 categories. It's $50 for a ticket. You can get your ticket at tmastl.com, and you can get a table of 8, and that includes all of your food from Heavy Smoke Barbecue. Chris from Heavy Smoke's a world championship barbecue competitor, and all of your drinks, too, from Show Me Beverages. And that includes beer and seltzers. So it's $50, plus you can bring your own food and drinks. It's at 7:30. Be a chance to meet the 101 listeners. The TMA listeners show up, and then everybody will just come up to us and complain about the program. Mm-hmm. So that'll be a nice way to spend a Friday evening. Now, Buck Swope, who won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month last month.
Yeah, he did.
He was not happy with the answers Jackson had to the questions, and he accosted Jackson on stage at the first TMA Trivia Night. And, Doug, that was July of 23 at St. Gabriel?
Yeah, he looked like Earl Weaver arguing a call at home plate or something. Little banty rooster was up there kicking dirt.
Both years. Both iterations of it.
Anytime I've hosted a trivia event, they go over the rules at the beginning, and I always say, and if you complain, you're a loser. It's usually a charity event, and the top prize is a $50 gift card to Hardee's or something. And I'm like, just relax. It's charity. People like to go up there and complain. I don't know how many times I've hosted the old trivia. Go back to round 2, question 9. Yeah, the capital of Namibia has moved. And I'm like, I'm just reading this stuff. I'm like a news anchor up here. I'm just reading this stuff. But who will be, are you rattling off the questions, Tim?
I think we all take a round.
Yeah,
so you'll get a chance to do it as well. Do you have any preference?
Twice.
Maybe early. Is that possible?
They're not losers.
I can't wait to meet somebody who looks totally normal. And I'm like, hey, Martin, how you doing? Yeah, I'm Billy's Broken Biscuits. I'm like, what? What? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, that's why they want to keep it on the down low. They don't want to know. They don't want their bosses to know what they're doing.
Taste me, Doug. The T-Swizzle concert was the best thing ever. That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler.
Well, it might have been. I didn't say it was a bad concert. I
said
$4,000.
$4,000.
You know, the Super Bowl's getting like that. where it's thousands of dollars for a ticket now. Only the super rich from around the country can afford to go to these.
Jackson, you are part of the super rich from around the country. Is there something that you would spend $4,000 to see? NBA All-Star game?
No. Maybe to sit courtside at an NBA game, like a playoff game.
Martin, in one of the more stunning moments in Balloon Party's history, Jackson said he would rather go to the 2024 NBA All-Star game than be in attendance if he could go back in time at the 1980 Miracle on Ice. And at that moment, he lost them all.
Wow.
I get to see all my favorite players up close and personal.
But the NBA All-Star Game is the least interesting sporting event maybe on the planet.
It's not about that. It's about seeing all my favorite players in one place, all on the same court.
Walk up the floor?
Yeah, whatever. Shoot, hang out. They're probably interacting with fans.
Stop this hero worship.
I could get like a selfie with Tyrese Halliburton. Think how cool that would be.
Who's your squad?
Don't have one.
Wow, that was quick.
Yeah, that was quick.
Just a fan of the sport. Growing up here, man, it sucks. There's no and I can't.
Growing up here sucks.
Wow, there it is. There's a promo
for basketball fans.
St. Louis won't be sponsoring this show.
But I can't root for a team. I just can't just pick a team and then start rooting for them. I've never.
Why not?
It's got to say St. Louis or Missouri on the front.
I can't do it.
Is that why you've adopted the Chiefs?
No.
What about Tatum and the Celtics? You get on board?
I root for them. I was rooting hard for them because I really don't like Luka and I love Tatum and the Celtics, so I was rooting for them, but I don't necessarily claim them as my team.
Okay.
I guess if I had to pick a team, it'd be the Knicks because that's where my mom's from and my uncle loves the Knicks.
Coastal elitist.
But I like the Celtics too much to be a Knicks fan.
How about Memphis? They're close.
I like rooting for Memphis a lot. I got a lot of buddies from Memphis. That would be yeah. A lot of friends from Mizzou from Memphis.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So the last night was a big deal then. The old Mizzou alums from Memphis.
Yeah, they ride hard for the Tigers though, the Missouri Tigers.
Don't say ride hard for the Tigers. Stop that.
I'd like to do the Memphis pregame show. And we're here with Coach Anthony Hardaway. Coach, tell us about the new assistant coaches this year. I know we lopped off another staff from last year. He just fires all the assistants every year.
Well, they had a guy transfer 30 minutes before the game started.
Can we get this anti-St. Louis schmuck off the air, please? So 636.
I just said I can only root for teams that say St. Louis or Missouri on the front of their names. It's just we don't have a basketball team and haven't for 50, 60 years.
Shocker, Libby Jack doesn't like Luka. He's too alpha for him. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson is attracted to.
Alphas play defense.
Clip that off.
You just got called an anti-St. Louis schmuck.
That I've been called before.
How much did it hurt?
That I've been called before. But alphas play defense. Luka does not.
Get involved on this program. YouTube chat active as the day is long. 194 people in the TMA YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And 62 in the 101 ESPN chat. And Chairman Kurt, you're interacting with both.
Yeah, I pop in from time to time in each one. Just getting to know the people a little bit.
Who are you becoming friends with?
I'm a big John Scores guy.
Yeah,
Bill Reloaded. I hate the Jackson Lemming, but I love Bill Reloaded. He shows up in Gabe's post-game from time to time.
Who does he?
St. Gabriel has a post-game show now?
I haven't caught
grade,
that one.
The A squad or the B squad?
Will there be any box seating there? Any fancy seating at the old
We have
trivia?
PSLs now at the Stitz.
Like a little corporate box up there?
Yeah.
Your dad
And
sits
Bill
there for all the
Reloaded
games.
says I could have gone apple picking down in Lewisburg and cider.
There's the Colonel navigating our audience, hijacking his post-game shows. Mark Hanna is with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's a wonderful gentleman. He presents Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday here on TMA. Blues and Lightning tonight. We'll talk it over with JR tomorrow. And Mark Hanna is online at evergreenstl.com. You can call him at 314-889-0503. For our younger listeners, I want to make this clear, Crystal. Get a financial advisor early on and start saving early on. And what it will mean to you once you get into your 30s and 40s will be invaluable, and you'll be so far ahead of the game. Get somebody like Mark Hanna. If not Mark Hanna, Mark says, hey, just make sure that you get a financial advisor. Mark is not going to just have a one-size-fits-all plan. It's customized to the individual and your goals. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. You're welcome to get involved on the show. 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson. Phone lines, Air Comfort Service. Text inbox, 314-399-9646. This is our Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. And you are welcome to participate anytime you want in the YouTube chat, as the program is live on YouTube. And people are commenting on how Doug's hair is getting even thicker, Martin.
It's so good. Getting even thicker. St. Louis Hair Restoration, Martin. What do you think about that?
You're a whole new man.
Yeah. Huh.
I'm thinking about doing it as well because Doug's results have been so choice.
Yeah. I wasn't even thinking about doing it.
The listeners demanded it?
I think the station owners demanded it. No, but the St. Louis Hair Restoration said, we'd like to give you a hair transplant. I said, not really. Not really that interested in it. Doesn't bother me. I'm not really hitting the club scene anymore. I don't think so. It's probably very expensive. They said, no, we'll do it for nothing. I said, okay, I'll be there tomorrow at 7.
You make me feel like a natural woman.
But it's really amazing. That's what I was singing right after I got done.
Probably hopped up on something, right?
It's amazing what they can do, though.
On my way to work, but I just wanted to say have a great day, Tim, and screw you, Doug. That's from Sad Panda. Those are the kinds of texts that we need.
Mm-hmm. Just because
Suck
I
it,
feel
Doug.
like a
Yeah,
natural woman.
Your hair
I can't
looks
get
great,
in touch
though.
with my feelings.
I know. Your hair looks great.
Jackson sits with a laser cap to keep his hair from falling out.
There's a laser cap?
Yeah, it kind of looks like a batting helmet, and I just pop it on while I hang out.
You should do that during Mizzou games. Then you can just zap yourself when things are going
You
really
should wear
bad.
it here during the show.
A laser helmet.
It's only on like 6 minutes a day, though, right?
Right, yeah. It's usually before bed I do it.
Does anybody write in as Jackson's laser helmet?
No, but somebody will take it. Are you still updating text inbox names?
Yeah.
Or is Chairman Kurt on that?
No, I'm on it.
Okay, fair enough.
My favorite part of the updates is Jackson will say, and the Blues play tonight, and he'll spin around and look at the board.
He has no idea.
Well, I want to make sure.
And he'll say, and the pregame is at 6 o'clock. I'm like, you could probably remember that.
You see, you think I could, but it sometimes gets challenging.
Weeknight games, 7 o'clock. Saturday games, 6 o'clock.
Was that for the Canadians or just the Blues like
I don't know what the deal with the Saturday change is. I don't mind it as somebody with young children and we go to games, but I'm surprised that, if anything, that it
Reverse.
would... Yes, exactly right. Be reversed.
The Cardinals' 6:45 start, I think, is a great thing. And they usually only do it during the early season when the kids are in school.
They probably feel like early starting weeknight games, it might be tough for people to get off work and home and eat something and then get to the game. Yeah. A little early.
Is my name updated in the text inbox? If so, what is it? That's from the Horny Banker.
Horny Banker. Hello. That's what happened when I didn't have the information.
Baker or banker?
Banker.
Okay, I believe we got a typo on there.
Horny. Oh, yeah, you're right. It does say Horny Baker.
Which is fine if you're making donuts and pastries, whatever your thing is.
Speaking
but
of
I
that,
believe it says baker.
You see the Missouri bakeries going out of business?
No.
There's litigation between the two parties.
Whoa.
It's a family thing. I love the Missouri. I believe the official name is Missouri Baking Company on the hill.
Yeah. I lived a minute-long walk from it.
Did you go over there?
It was the lines were long, and I didn't want to.
Sorry to inconvenience you.
I didn't want to get hefty. I did go. It wasn't like I was going often, but like you live on the hill, you got to pick and choose so you don't blow up. But Missouri Baking Company is certified outstanding.
Frank and I used to just solicit those drops on the air. Frank, boy, it'd be terrific if they could just drop off a box of those drops. Have to smoke a cigarette after that, and then they would drop off the drops. It's a bit like a donut, a bit like a cupcake top. You know what I'm talking about? The drops?
Yeah.
Those are the absolute best.
I'm still
Frank,
hopeful.
do you like chocolate bunnies?
I still am hopeful that the Missouri Baking Company will not be shutting
Yeah,
down.
me too.
That place
Such a
is
thriving business.
Yeah. Doug, why don't we buy it?
Well, I haven't got the jack.
All right, Jackson,
you
can you
can-
buy it,
you
and then I'll
have.
give you back 10 points.
Okay, but I need to retain all equity in goodorbad.com.
And then you
Doug, how's that
rename
sound?
it the Horny Baker. It gets a whole new crowd. Skews younger.
How about this? Tiny PP is in the 101 ESPN chat. See what's going on in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. Doug can go into any club and pick the hottest woman in there, married or not. She's his now.
Oh, is that right? That would be news to me and all the women out there, too.
So when you're in Colombia, you always go to my house and get bottle service, and you pick out and you just say you're with me, Leather?
I could never get a date in a woman's prison with a fistful of pardons.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for this nice words. I appreciate it so much.
Okay.
A fistful of pardons. That's my new write-in name.
Munganess is the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess. StLouisAcura.com and AltonToyota.com. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. And we have gotten to know them over the years and think the world of them. It's where I go to get my cars. My family goes to get our family's vehicles as well. And even if you didn't get your car from Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, you can get your car serviced there with the great Ryan Seiberg and his team in the service department. They're online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, and they want to make sure that you know that they are accessible to the TMA audience, so much so that they have set up a number specifically for the TMA audience. That number you can call or text is as follows. And Doug, you always yell at people to jot it down.
You write it down, because you don't. If you're driving, you're not going to remember the number.
314-252-0029. Whether you're looking to buy or lease, get a new car, pre-owned vehicle, or get your car serviced, it doesn't matter. 314-252-0029. And then you go straight to the people in charge, like Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess. And if you want to go shopping, you don't even have to go to the dealership. Just go online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com to see the incredible selection they have. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Call in and talk it over with Chairman Curtin. He puts you on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. John Kelly going to be with us at 8:15. A surprise guest at 9:30. We think it might be Sabrina Carpenter. And then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. This program is called The Morning After. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. It's a program that solicits your involvement via the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. You can also call in and talk it over with Chairman Kurt, and then we put you on. There's not really much of a filtering process whatsoever.
There's none.
That number for the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can also live stream the program and go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company 101 and TMA STL app. We are honored to be joined in studio.
Thank you.
By Martin Kilcoyne and from Brown and Crouppen, Ed Herman.
I assure you, the honor is all mine. It's an honor that I've paid for.
It's true. It's amazing how that
works. Those are the best kind of honors, right?
It's amazing. What do you think? This is your first time in the 101 ESPN studio. You're familiar with our closet down the hallway next to the facilities.
Listen, the other place was wonderful and cozy and came with a chair and everything. But I'm just joking. But I have to say this studio, this is a studio. This is the big time. And it's exciting. I mean, come on, ESPN. It's the first name in sports. Who wouldn't want to be on ESPN? No knock on the other.
No, when I told my family about the move, they said, "Oh, you're going to Bristol?" I said, "No, Creve Coeur." And then they said, "Oh, we're going to meet Stephen A." And I said, "No, Jackson." So
listen, first,
expectations.
Can I say this? I would rather meet Jackson, who I know I could beat up. No, I couldn't. You're a young, strong man. No, I would rather be here in Creve Coeur. Who wants to go to Bristol, for Christ's sake? Jeez, how would you even get that? I don't think you can get a direct flight. I think you got to take connecting flights.
You got to go Hartford? Is that Hartford?
Yeah, I mean, who wants to do that? I didn't have to take any flight here. Today I just had to take a boat. It is flooding out there.
Yeah, I heard they've got water rescues going on in Maplewood. I've never heard of that before.
That's nuts, but I'm assuming that area, 141 and Fenton's probably underwater.
Oh, yeah. Well, now they got an overpass to take care of some of that right there. But
yeah. It takes care of the cars. It doesn't take care of the water.
Well, that's true.
And you're a loyal St. Louis sports fan. Big time. Loyal St. Louis sports fan. And we were making the observation with Missouri blowing a big lead last night, St. Louis University losing Robbie Avila and possibly for a while. That this is one of the lowest points in recent St. Louis sports history. You are also, as a Yankees fan, coming off of a tough week. Cheer us up, because you always have a wonderful perspective.
Well, I will say this, and you know that I've been accused on the fan page of being an apologist for the Cardinals and what have you. But
I don't think they like any of us on the fan page.
Well, you know what? Let me share this with all of us who are really blessed with what we get to have here sports-wise. But I saw a stat yesterday, and I checked it out, and it's true. So in the last 25 years, only 4 organizations in baseball have made 15 or more playoff appearances.
Can we take a guess?
Oh, yeah. That's actually, you want to guess the 4?
Cardinals.
Cardinals are one of them, folks. The Dodgers are one of them. The Yankees are one of them.
Braves.
And the Braves. So you nailed it. 4 right out of the gate. But think about that for a second. I mean, the opportunity to go to the postseason 15 times in a 25-year period, and to have to do it with leadership over there who lives under constant criticism and scrutiny of every single thing they do, where their mistakes are highlighted and discussed, their successes are ignored or maybe praised for a moment in time. I mean, only one team can win it all. And when you look at each organization and you look back to see how long it's been since so many organizations have won one, you just realize how spoiled we are here. We really are. Now, as a Yankee fan, I'm even more spoiled. But as a Cardinal fan, we're spoiled. So, okay, there may be a dip. I think we're heading in the right direction. If you're at the bottom now, there's only one way.
I actually share that opinion with you. I love what they're doing now. I wish they would have done it sooner, but I like it.
Yeah, but you know what? Isn't that true of every one of us in our own lives also, and how we conduct business? Don't we look at all the improvements we've made in our lives and we think the only thing I regret is that I didn't start it a little sooner? I didn't get to it sooner. You get to it when you get to it. Things happen the way that they happen. You just look forward. That's the direction we need to look in forward.
Coach Spags always said, we're moving forward. Well, you just lost 40-3. Yeah, but we're moving forward.
Right, that's the pass.
Is it possible, Ed, though, they got a little content because they were really good for a stretch there, and they would like to point to that. And if you rest on your laurels, it's not a great thing.
But you know what? I don't think that they've rested on their laurels. I think that they've made some philosophical changes to try to adjust things, and they haven't always made the right adjustments. I don't think that they ever sat back and said, you know what, we just gave the fans a championship championship, we can sit easy. Because if you look at some of the major players and the contracts that they've had since their last championship, we've had some incredible stars here. And we've traded. We've done the best that we can. I think that the main source of most of the criticism has to do more with the success of the people that we've sent off, and not seen that on the return. So when we look and we see Tommy Edman now with the ring, and we're happy for him, obviously, or Jack Flaherty, we're reminded about, Adolis Garcia winning a ring last year, Jordan Montgomery winning a ring last year, Rosarena getting to the series in 2020. You look at all of that, and I think that really, more than anything, is the reason. Even Mike Schilt losing the manager and then seeing him have success in San Diego. I think when you see that, it starts to get into your head that, man, we are either not that bright or we're just on a really bad streak where every move we make seems to be the wrong one. But that can't last forever. Things turn the other way around. Or where you see a Sandy Alcantara win a Cy Young Award a couple of years ago. You see Marcell Ozuna do what he did this year and think, well, we had him and he was okay, but man, look what he did when he left us. Tyler O'Neill. The list goes on and on. I think that really, more than anything, is where the frustration is coming from, at least my personal opinion.
I think if you're being fair, if you took the Cardinals' last 20 years and said, Cleveland fans, would you take this 100% in terms of postseason? Yankee fans, last 20 years, you'd take the Cardinals. Boston, maybe not. Dodgers, maybe not. Atlanta would. I mean, for the most part, if you compare it that way, last 20 years, what you've experienced as a fan, there's only maybe one or two teams that would say, oh, yeah, we had it better than you.
But the issue is the trajectory over the last decade, and that's I couldn't agree more, especially with the stat that you brought up, which is not subjective, that's objective, but it's been the trend. I think it started in 2016 that people are sensing that the organization is on a downward spiral. There were a couple blips in 19 and 22. I felt like the 19 team that went to the NLCS was not even close to as good as the 22 team that lost in the first round to the Phillies.
I will say that I do think we had a few years in the last years where the joy of the team had more to do with the nostalgia.
Yes.
The farewell tours of Pujols and Molina and Wainwright, bringing back old familiar faces like Carpenter or Lynn, that there's been a little bit more of that sort of. That's where a lot of the positive feelings and energy have come, and they haven't necessarily been tied to wins, but they've been emotionally positive experiences. I mean, watching Pujols' last month here, I think gave me more joy as a baseball fan and as a Cardinal fan than if they had won the World Series this year. That's just for me, because that to me was special, and it's not something that will be recreated. That push that he did where he turned into the old Pujols just at the end there, I'm like, that's a movie, and we got to see it live. And yet we don't really express any real gratitude toward that. That's great baseball. That's what literally, you couldn't script it. We watched it. It wasn't a championship, but it was special, and those things don't happen very often. So, yeah, it just, I guess it depends what the juice is you're looking for from the experience.
And I think what Tim's referencing, though, is what the outside fan who pays close attention observed as a trend. They kept dismissing as a hiccup or a blip or an aberration. And everybody kind of said, no, there's more to it. This is sort of where you're trending, and they were sort of slow to realize that. And now that they're saying, hey, we got to fix some things, and maybe it did take that outside presence of Chaim Bloom looking and coming in and saying, what about this? What are you doing over here? What are you doing over here?
I think you're dead right. I think a lot of times, too, and we see this in all arenas, where we always assume if things are not good, that the alternative is automatically better. Because we're like, well, this isn't working. We need something else. But there are plenty of alternatives that would be worse than this. And nobody ever factors that in. So we made a lot of decisions. We don't know what other decisions were on the table during those times that could have been worse. We do know that, like right now, we have something to look forward to. We got fresh voices in there that are being listened to, and that'll take the team hopefully in the right direction. I mean, we talked about it a few weeks ago. I have no problem with this, Mo playing out the last year of his contract and not being thrown out in some unceremonious fashion. But that's just me personally. I think they're heading in the right direction. I'm excited to see them next year.
Ed is citing a conversation that we had. I think it was the day after the press conference. This was on TMA, and I know we're reaching now a lot more people here on 101 ESPN. And in the theme of the conversation, you were good with Mozeliak returning, and I was making the observation that at some point fans want to see accountability in the form of people losing their jobs for consistent failure. I have a theory, and we haven't talked about this off air or obviously on the air yet.
It's not even on the dossier.
It's not on the dossier. Yeah. So this is, I'm stepping up to the line of scrimmage. I'm on a step stool so I can see over the line.
I'm excited.
You're
excited. I am.
Here you go.
I am.
Now, this would be giving the Cardinals credit, which in St. Louis at the moment would not be a popular stance, but I'm not a popular host, so I'm the right person to deliver it.
That's correct.
Thank you. Perhaps the Cardinals know that what they have to do this offseason, in part because of the television situation, is absolutely dismantle the thing. That the first responsibility of Chaim Bloom to take those unpopular steps would color him in a negative fashion with the fan base, and therefore it's better to already have the unpopular guy be held responsible for that which is necessary.
This is like when you have the relief pitcher coming out, do the intentional walk before he comes out so that the fresh pitcher coming in doesn't have to have that intentional walk on his record.
Bloom carried the negative connotation for a number of years in Boston because of the Betts trade.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think that, I don't know if that's their reason, but I do think that that's a big benefit in doing it the way that they're doing it, that Mo can go out owning all of these unpopular moves that'll probably have to happen this year.
I don't think the fan base, and I mean, some in the fan base do, I don't think the fan base understands, and again, some do, that this is going to be an all-out dismantling. I mean, I don't think that there is an understanding, because they're like, oh, maybe the Cardinals could bring this guy. I'm like, they're not bringing anybody in.
No, I mean, I think the fact that they declined all of those options yesterday is a pretty indication that they're going to be a big step back and a cleaning of the house, and all of that's going to happen. I also think, and this is, listen, fans can watch the game however they want. That's their right. That's the beauty of it. But I do think that a lot of that sentiment is very much a fantasy baseball sentiment, where people sit there and they're like, this guy's not performing. Get rid of him. Cut him loose. Bring in some other guy. Give him a shot. And like, that's just not how the real world works with these things. These people have contracts. They're human beings. They have families. There are relationships. We have no idea who relies on each other in the clubhouse and how that dynamic is there and how that culture is built. We're just sitting there on the outside like it's our fantasy baseball league, and we can just pick up waiver claims every week like it's nothing. The reality of it is it's much harder than that, and that's just not how the actual industry works. But that's how people measure it by. They want things
I don't think
immediate.
there'll be an all-out dismantling, though. I think Contreras will be back. I think Sonny Gray will be back.
See, I feel like you got intel. So anytime you say that, it carries a little, then it makes me want to short my own stock.
Maybe those are the surprise guests. All three.
Wilson Contreras and Sonny Gray are going to be on the show.
Are
it's
back to back, and you
can stick around for 9:30.
Well, I think Sonny Gray will be back. I don't see any. I mean, I have to say, because remember, I wasn't thrilled. I liked the deal they signed with him when they first did it, because it wasn't a long-term commitment and it wasn't outrageous money for what the market was paying. I didn't know that he would do well here. I was hopeful. But I have to say I was impressed. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't keep him. It's a very attractive.
Well, other than money. If you were looking to gut the payroll and start over.
And he's going to be attractive because he's only on the hook for 2 years.
2 years, and I think just a $50 million remaining. There are a lot of teams that would be interested. The only way he'd go is, I don't think it would necessarily be money so much as he might be the only guy they have with a favorable contract and good stats who might actually pull you a decent prospect.
That's why I thought they would trade him. But he's from Nashville. He's been on a ton of teams. I think he might just want to stay put if it's his choice.
Oh, I don't know if they gave him any kind of protection in his deal. I don't know if his deal included
Arenado's the one who I think doesn't want to be here. And at this point, maybe it's mutual. I'm not sure. I think he'll be moved. That's my gut.
Well, if he doesn't want to be here, then I think he will be moved. I think that because he had the option a couple of times, right, to opt out of his contract, and even after big years, and he never opted out. I don't know if he was looking for family stability or if he just liked the team. But I think right now, if I were him, I would feel very unappreciated by the fan base.
Well, and his money there's deferred, there's Colorado money, so it's not as bad as I thought it was in terms of trying to get somebody else to take on that deal. But I don't think they're going to gut the team.
How many years does he have left on his deal?
He's got 3 more to go.
You know what? Let me tell you. When the Yankees lose out on Alec Bregman, and because I think Bregman probably winds up back with the Astros, you know, and I don't know if the Yankees are going to be able to make a run at Soto. But I could see them taking a chance on a Nolan Arenado because on their payroll, especially if the Cardinals give him some relief, he'd be a great fit on the Yankees. And we need a hot glove over at third base with a little pop in his bat who wasn't expected to bat 3, 4, or 5. You give me Arenado at third batting 7th, and he makes the Yankees a whole lot better.
Yeah. Ed, as the nation's leading personal injury attorney, does Mookie Betts have any kind of case against the street toughs that tried to break his wrist?
Well, I you know, let me say this. If they had broken his wrist, I'd have taken that case. But all they did was just seem to unnerve him for a moment and get him a little angry. And I thought, personally, I found nothing amusing in that. I was embarrassed as a Yankee fan that somebody would go after a player like that. I think... You know, I don't want to make too much of it. I think they took away the guy's season tickets, not just for this year, but permanently. That seems like an adequate punishment.
You think he should be banned for life?
Max Muncy was on a podcast saying he should be banned for life.
Not banned from the ballpark. Just no season tickets. No season tickets. Listen. People do things. He didn't commit a crime, though technically he did. But we all saw it. It was a minor battery, you know. I mean, as bad. I mean, I've seen way worse in the stands at Yankee Stadium, just fan against fan, and nobody's kicking them out for permanency. I just take away his season tickets. You know, if he wants to go on StubHub and buy seats, let him buy seats. Who cares?
That's Ed Herman. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA Now on 101 ESPN. Ed, great to see you.
Hey, yeah, it's excited for you guys. Congratulations on this. This is the big time.
Doug, we did it.
I don't know.
What did Kachuk say? Don't screw it up, third base.
That's exactly right.
Thanks for coming in, Ed.
Thank you, Ed. Ed Herman, Brown and Crouppen, John Kelly of the Blues as the Blues take on the Lightning tonight in St. Louis. Try to carry the momentum over from Saturday, but they'll be without Philip Broberg. We'll talk it over with John Kelly coming up. Blues and Lightning pregame at 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in our Fisher Window and Door store, 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN.
Your neighborhood Schnucks has great deals all the time, but this weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, is the Schnucks Deals and Steals. 3 days with a special sale going on with red-hot deals. Go into any area of Schnucks. There's probably one right around the corner from you. It's a great place to hang out. I go up to that DePere when they're playing music. People are socializing. You got the grill going. There's always something fun at the neighborhood Schnucks, but right now, got the deals and steals. It's got to be a segment on this show. Deals and steals. That's going on at Schnucks Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Smithfield Bacon, 12-ounce package, only $2.99, limit 3. Folgers Coffee, all varieties, $7.99, limit 3. It's the Schnucks Steals and Deals. Deals and Steals this weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You're probably going shopping anyway. Make sure you stop by Schnucks. Download the Rewards app. Save money and get great deals. In fact, deals and steals this weekend.
It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Blues and Lightning tonight, and joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines to talk about it, John Kelly. Morning, JK.
Hi, Tim. How are you doing today?
Wonderful. How are things with you?
I can't complain. Ready for this game tonight. It should be a good one. Tampa Bay is a very good team. They've lost their last two. They're going to be angry. And for the Blues, they got to keep on winning. And really, I think the mindset for the Blues has got to be to hang in there until the injured guys get back. And, you know, right now they're at 500, and they won a big one the other night against Toronto. So they just got to pile up points until the cavalry comes back, so to speak.
Yeah, I guess it was good news in the sense that there was a thought process after seeing the way Broberg went down Saturday night that this could be season-ending. It looked that bad. So to find out it's 4 to 6 weeks on that side of things is a positive. So two questions. What were your thoughts when you saw that play? Instant reaction. Because Chris Kerber was on with you yesterday, and he said he actually let out like an audible gasp or grunt when he saw it on replay. And then secondarily, what is it about Broberg so far that he has done so effectively, and who do you anticipate attempting to fill that role?
Well, if I were a betting man, and I am, as you know, Tim,
yes,
I would have bet him for the year. Watching it live, honestly, you know, I'm so relieved that it was only, you know, I guess a relatively minor, you know, knee injury, if it is the knee, and it's not ACL and season ending. So I thought he was done for sure. The way you saw the replay and the way the right leg twisted. So I was pleasantly surprised to hear that news yesterday. And why has he been so good? He just looks like he's been playing in this league for whatever, 6-7 years. He's such an elite skater. He's smart. He has good offensive instincts. And every game you see him play, you really have to wonder, why in the heck did Edmonton not match this guy? And, you know, I'm not trying to sit there and criticize and rip Stan Bowman, the general manager, and the Oilers organization, but if I'm them, I can't let him go. That's how good he is. So good on the Blues, and too bad for the Oilers. As far as who takes his place, well, P.O. Joseph will most likely play with Falk, at least to start. And, you know, he's done a good job. He had a tough night in Ottawa, but the whole team had a tough night in Ottawa. So the one thing about P.O. is that he can skate really well. He has a long reach, and he can defend. So I think that he can do the job. And, you know, the Blues obviously hope to get Nick Leddy back at some point soon. He's not skating, so that's a little bit of a negative, obviously, because until you start skating, and as Drew Bannister said yesterday, you're really not day-to-day until you start skating with the team. So hopefully the Blues can tread the water here, as we said, and get some wins. But I think short-term, P.O. Joseph will have an increased role.
John, I'm sure coaches like Drew Bannister scratch their head trying to figure it out. Same with broadcasters and fans. But how does a Blues team lose those games to teams they could or should beat, whether it's Philadelphia or Ottawa, Montreal, and then play that well twice against Toronto? I guess we're still trying to figure out this Blues team, because they do show that potential, and yet other times they don't look so good. Where do you think the team is right now?
Well, you know, Martin, that really is a carryover, I think, from a year ago. But, you know, big picture, it really is an even league, and there's more parity now than ever. I mean, a year ago, the Blues went 2-0-1 against Edmonton, a team that almost won the Cup, and they went 0-2-1 against the San Jose Sharks, the worst team in hockey. So they did it last year, and I don't know why they're a little bit inconsistent. I don't think they took Montreal or Ottawa or Philadelphia lightly. I really don't. I just think that, you know, Montreal in that game, they made some plays when it was 2-2 and won the game. Ottawa was just one of those games that you're going to have a couple of those a year where you just didn't have it. And the Philly game was a tight game, and they could have won that game except for that turnover at center ice with 3 minutes left. So, you know, again, I don't think they're taking them lightly. You know, they might have been guilty of that last year against San Jose, especially when they played the Sharks the first time. San Jose's record was terrible, but So I think it is a bit of a carryover from last year. But make no mistake, you can't take other teams lightly because, teams like Tampa Bay with Kucherov and they got Gensel in the offseason as a free agent. They're a loaded team. And as I said, they've lost 2 in a row. So they're going to come in looking for 2 points tonight.
Yeah, without Broberg and Thomas, it's going to be hard for the Blues to maybe wait a month and a half to get these guys back. You think they might be likely to explore the trade market to try to get some help in, or do they like the guys, playing behind those guys enough to give them a chance?
Well, I'm sure that, Doug Armstrong and his staff are looking at all times. They're always trying to improve their team. But the facts are that in today's NHL, very few trades are made in season. And the main reason, obviously, is the salary cap. It's just you've got to make a hockey trade, but also you have to make a trade that makes sense and fits into your salary cap. So I'm sure they would be, but I would be surprised if Doug were to be able to pull something like that off, because the bottom line is when you get your healthy guys back, the Blues are a cap team, and then you're up against the cap or you're over the cap, and you got to make harder decisions down the road. So I think they certainly would explore it, but I would doubt that something like that would happen.
Blues and Lightning tonight, pregame 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Blues will try and make it 2 in a row as they deal with the injuries hitting the organization hard here in the early portion of the season. John Kelly with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. JK, thank you so much for the time this morning.
All right, Tim, anytime. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you. That's John Kelly with us here on 101 ESPN. Let me tell people about Mantality, because Jackson, we have been accused of having low testosterone by Eric in the Central West End.
All of us.
Except
add it all together, it's fine.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
collectively.
When we combine it, it's lowtusa.com. Mantality is St. Louis-based place where you can go to tend to low testosterone. Feeling like you've lost your edge? If your energy, focus, or drive is not what it used to be, it's time to get back on track with Mantality Health, your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. Visit Mantality today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com, your first step to reclaiming your vitality. Now, unlike online services only, Mantality offers in-person consultations with board-certified physicians who've treated over 25,000 men. I have gone out there. I have been tested out super quickly. Very friendly staff. It's Mantality. You enter the promo code RISE upon getting to the website. That's RISE for Mantality. lowtusa.com. Mantality. Enter promo code RISE at lowtusa.com. Jason Kelsey addressed the scrap at Happy Valley this past Saturday to open up Monday Night Football coverage on ESPN last night. We will have that audio for you coming up. In addition, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air. We are longtime clients of Design Air here on this program, and they are the longest running sponsor on TMA. And then, Martin, you've booked another surprise guest.
9:30, folks.
And Jackson thinks it's Sabrina Carpenter.
I don't see why not.
I put in a call.
All right, beautiful.
Put in a request. Okay. Efforting is the word we used to say all the time.
Still do.
TV, radio, efforting, and people put it. It's not really a word, efforting, which means you're not going to do anything about it, but you tell your colleagues.
Yep. It probably wasn't going to happen. Probably not going to happen if you're just efforting.
I think you're going to enjoy it.
Nice. And we haven't named the person yet.
Initials? Can we have initials?
Doug likes the initials because he likes guessing games.
I do. I really do.
No, I can't go there. In the break
First
leading
initial?
up to it, I may give you the initials.
Ooh.
All right.
Nice. That's coming up here. That's your captain's log on TMA. This is 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Celtics defeat the Hawks last night, 123-93. Jason Tatum with 28 points. And the Rockets defeat the Knicks 109-97. Alperen Şengün with 25 points and 14 boards. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Did you just make that up?
No, that's his name. Alperen Şengün. He's a dynamic player on a young core with the Rockets. It's pretty fun to watch. Got League Pass. I watched some Rockets games. They got a lot of talent.
More important than updating St. Louis U or Mizzou or
I think
Chiefs.
I think the people know what happened there.
No.
I gave the Chiefs the update in the last one.
Okay. SAU Edwardsville got the W at home.
Yeah. What about that? You love Edwardsville. I know you do.
My dad has 2 degrees from there. My dad's recovering from hip surgery. Pop, I hope you're feeling better.
How about that?
Huh.
That's when you have it. Pop, I hope you're feeling better.
How long does it take to walk after hip replacement?
It's gonna be a few weeks probably.
Yeah. So he's on crutches or wheelchair or just bed rest now?
He literally had the surgery yesterday, so he's...
Doug, I'm a Jeff Burkett lemming.
Are you really?
I am. I actually am.
God bless him.
Welcome into the program here. It is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the show. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. And we have been joined by John Kelly in the 8 o'clock hour. Blues and Lightning tonight right here on 101 ESPN. You're welcome to get involved in the show anytime you'd like. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And you can text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. The Missouri Chiefs won last night in overtime, Doug. They're undefeated. They're going to go 72 Dolphins this year.
Very well could.
And vanquish the Lions in the Super Bowl for the undefeated season. That's what's going to happen?
I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it.
They go to Buffalo a couple of Sundays from now.
That'll be put to the test. Is that going to be on Channel 2, or do I have to call in and complain?
This is Chiefs country. Why don't you have the game? It's on CBS with Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. November 17th, that's going to be a great game.
Jim Dandy. You can still call Joe Buck about that. Try to
call
get the
his
game
house,
changed.
see if we can get it switched.
Okay.
969 Buck?
That's Joe. 982 Joe.
God, I'm tired of this story.
There he is right there.
Remember when Joe would come on, we would always reset? That was the big thing in radio.
Yes, we were told to reset, and it really irritated him.
Stop saying my name. Join my... And on the line with us is Joe. I have a new bit of gives the score too much guy for college basketball. And you just say it's 15-14, Louisville leads. And then they bring the ball up. They're down 15-14. They kick it around outside, trailing by 1, 15-14 the score. Just think about it for a little while and get it in your head, and it'll drive you crazy.
I like the creative ways they do, like someone's up 14, they're like, up 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. Greg Warren always says doesn't give the score enough. His uncle or dad would complain. Now my new one is gives the score too much.
There's been an overcorrection.
Yeah.
Before the Chiefs game got underway, Jason Kelsey, who is doing Monday Night Countdown work with ESPN, opened up the program by addressing that which I think he received about 95% of support for.
Maybe even over.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, it was so glorious. Which was the guy running up to him before the Penn State-Ohio State game on Saturday, calling his brother Travis gay slur for dating Taylor Swift. Again, we're not digging deep on the logic behind it, and then slamming his phone down. This is what Jason Kelsey had to say last night on ESPN.
I'm not happy with anything that took place. I'm not proud of it, and in a heated moment, I chose to greet hate with hate, and I just don't think that that's a productive thing. I really don't. I don't think that it leads to discourse, and it's the right way to go about things. And in that moment, I fell down to a level that I shouldn't have. So I think the bottom line is I try to live my life by the golden rule. That's what I've always been taught. I try to treat people with common decency and respect, and I'm going to keep doing that moving forward. Even though I fell short this week, I'm going to do that moving forward and continue to do that. So, yeah.
Yeah. I like the fact it wasn't scripted. It did have a lot of the buzzwords. I fell down and I greeted hate with hate. I think he was awkwardly trying to say, oh, my God, do I really have to do this?
I think he wanted to do it, actually.
I think he wanted to address it. I think it'd be weird to not address it. So, because it's not like a special appearance. He's always on Monday Night Countdown.
But don't you think deep down he feels like, oh, do I really have to apologize for this? Even though he regrets how he went about it, but he also feels like, man, how do I say this?
I don't know. I actually, and maybe I'm off on this, that I think that was genuine and he wanted to address it. I think probably because I think if he wouldn't have yelled back, who's the F word now?
Yeah, just a phone slam.
Just a phone slam?
Different story.
To apologize for.
Different story. Yeah,
but
agreed.
still, I mean, he did turn around and he took the bait. You know, it's one of those things. You kind of, once you get to a certain point, you recognize that crap goes on, and the whole gig is you never respond. You know, it's just like, okay, sweet.
No, I think he was sincere, but I think he's like, what can I say?
Right.
Like, what am I supposed to say?
He had to say something. In one sense, you like it because he stood up for his brother and some heckling drunken fan stood up for that. The other way to look at that is, as a celebrity, he can't allow these other people to know that they can get under his skin and goad him into something that's going to really cause a serious thing. Plus, he has such a good image. I'm sure he's making a lot of money with his commercials and everything. But if you're someone that's going to hire a commercial spokesman, you probably don't want someone who's getting in brawls with fans. So he's got to watch out for that, too. He doesn't want to soil his image.
Yeah.
I think this is the end of it, though, right? There's no more. There's no ESPN action or anything. I think he's fine.
I'm 100% on board with him and what took place. 100%.
Right.
100%.
But you wouldn't want to do that yourself, would you?
What do you mean? Like getting involved in that?
Like if someone on the street,
150 pounds, I wouldn't be doing that with anybody.
Say it was a jockey or something that yelled at you.
I'm over at Fairmont. It's horse hooky.
He tried to give a comp for Tim. Just go with the jockey comp.
If a jockey yelled at you, you still, and everyone's got their cell phone out, you still don't want to go after him. You don't. You just have to take it.
Has cell phone guy surfaced at all? Has he done any video?
I was wondering about that as well.
Maybe he's embarrassed at his actions.
Is that our surprise guest at 9:30?
No, but that would be a good one. Connor Stallions or cell phone guy at Penn State would be good. Well, I'd like to hear his side of the story. Was he shocked by it? He can't come out and say, you ruined my phone.
Yeah, he's got no real leg to stand on.
I'm surprised that hasn't come out yet.
Yeah.
Kind of like the guy who beat the hell out of the Commanders fans a couple weeks ago. Remember that?
Yeah.
From 2 weeks ago in Baltimore?
I don't know if I saw that.
Oh, you didn't see that? Oh, wow. I was notified about it on TMA a couple weeks ago and saw the video, and I couldn't believe what the hell went on.
That was gross.
Yeah.
Did you see the police officer at the Florida-Georgia game?
Yes. There were two police officers beating the hell out of guys. Yeah.
Beating the snot out of one of them.
In Jacksonville. Yeah, absolutely. Martin, you sent us a screenshot of one of the more supportive text messages in the...
I don't think you can read it. It's kind of like the Berube speech. You'd have to just beep it nonstop.
Let's see what I got here. Like you all are the worst morning show or just radio show all around that I've ever listened to, and I hate that I have no other options to listen to this but you Fs. Still can't believe you idiots are on. Praying for a meteor. These are different texts over different times. Praying for a meteor to hit the station.
Oh.
That's not fair to the others.
While you guys suck even, this was sent 10 minutes later, while you guys suck even when you have a guest on, this was all yesterday, can you guys do one day that you try to be an actual sports show and not
tomorrow?
I miss when I was happy.
There's a text right there. There's a lot of meat on the bone there.
Sounds like they're happy with the program.
And that was before this effing show somehow got on the radio. That takes
and that's not even the one I sent. That's not even the one I sent to the group chat.
That's right. This is a totally different.
It's all the same guy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He'd be on red alert if we were back in the closet next to the pissa.
Can you order a meteor? I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks you can.
It just kind of happens.
Okay.
And it doesn't take a very big one to cause a huge problem.
I heard Pale say, did you know that your ally's nickname is Pale, Libby Jack?
He's got a lot of nicknames.
I know.
Piddles. I heard Pale say yesterday he's always waiting for the other shoe to drop and deals with anxiety related to his job daily. I think it's totally warranted since he continues to do obscure NBA scores and stats that no one wants. That's from the 314.
I don't think that has any correlation. Personally, I just like giving out the NBA scores, mostly because it gets people triggered. And second, because I think that
So are you a troll?
In that sense, I'm trolling. I don't say I am a troll. You know,
Can you trolling without being a troll, Doug?
No, you're a troll. If you're trolling, you're a troll.
I'm doing an instance of trolling, but not day to day am I a troll.
But if you're fishing, you're a fisherman.
Do you think if you do enough NBA updates, they'll give us a team? Is that sort of a long game?
If I have to do it, if it takes 1 million, I'll do 1,000,001. I'll do whatever it takes.
The NBA, would it work here?
That's at 9:45.
Is it Thurman that used to call in? Thurman liked to talk.
Thurman, who wanted an NBA team.
Talked about it a lot.
Who's Thurman?
A long-time sports radio caller.
I don't recall him.
You don't? Okay.
No.
Damn pay.
I remember Rich from Maryland Heights. I
was going to fight him one time.
Oh, you were?
We talked about it.
Really?
Yeah, off air. I was so mad.
What did he say?
Oh, my goodness. That's not your brand.
No, I know. I went all Kelsey. I snapped. I did.
Really? Where were you going to do this?
I think it was going to be in the parking lot in Webster.
Oh, my God.
Send him down.
Was this on the morning grind?
It might have been the next go-round at 590. One of the great eras. I don't know if it was Stedman or who. We were behind the glass talking to him, and I was screaming at him.
Oh, my goodness.
I snapped. Don't let him get to you, Doug. That's the key.
No, I don't.
Don't mess with me.
There he is right there.
You think you could have taken him?
I felt pretty good about it.
Did you see him? You get a look at him?
I couldn't tell you what he looks like. Yeah. Have you ever met him?
No.
How about this? As one of Jackson's 3 fans, I absolutely love his random NBA updates. How about that, Jackson?
Right. Hey, there you go.
3.
That's from the 314.
Win them over one at a time.
It's Holy Trinity.
Brick by brick. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You're welcome to text in as well or call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You miss anything, Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app. We also have the TMA STL app. That's how you can be involved on this program anytime you would like, and Chairman Kurtz standing by to take your phone calls here on TMA. Martin, do you have business to tend to?
No, I'm just looking at my notes here.
What are your notes?
Well, a lot of, Robbie Avila got injured, the ankle injury, disappointing.
Yeah, I really am on tilt about that. And I didn't think I could get tilt on a basketball game in the first week of November. But alas, here I am because I loved watching them play yesterday.
Coach Schertz will be here Thursday, maybe a little into. Maybe we'll break some news here on this old sports show.
Yeah.
With Coach Schertz here. Mizzou was up 14. Jackson said it was 13.
They were up 14 the first half, 13 in the
second half. Still losing. Bill Laurie was at that game, the Mizzou-Memphis game last night. Former Memphis Tiger, Bill Laurie.
Played in the Final Four.
Yeah. He was at the game. He's on our list. He is not the surprise caller at 9:30. Then I had on my list SNL Best President Imitations Ever. This Trump guy's pretty good. Chevy Chase started the whole thing as Gerald Ford, right? But all he did was fall down. He really didn't imitate.
And that's because, this predates me, but that's because Gerald Ford fell down the steps one time?
One time. He's probably the best athlete to ever become president.
Yeah, did he play football at Michigan?
Yeah. Yeah, and he was a good player, really good player. And his whole image as a president was a bumbling, stumbling guy.
I think Chevy
totally
Chase
unfair.
Made that into a whole thing. Like, everybody then looked at Gerald Ford as some guy falling down steps because that was the whole bit.
There was a guy who did a great Reagan, too. He even looked like Reagan.
Phil Hartman? Is that Phil Hartman?
No,
Hartman
it's a different
Reagan.
guy I'm thinking about.
Rest in peace.
He might have done that, but there was a guy who looked just like Reagan, too. He's much younger, but he looked just like him. He was really good.
That's a good question. Not Harry Shearer back in the day?
No.
I think Clinton was it Phil Hartman, and then later Darrell Hammond? Did they both do
Darrell Hammond did that.
So, yeah.
Will Ferrell did George W. Bush. I think the best one-termer, and that would be Dana Carvey with George H.W. Bush.
Most memorable.
Yeah.
You would agree with that?
Yeah, he's dynamite.
Yeah.
Phil Hartman was Reagan on SNL.
There wasn't another person who did it as well?
Well, the other person I saw wasn't on SNL, but he was on a lot of videos.
Gotcha. I thought that was the topic. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Dana Carvey as Joe Biden is pretty good.
Yeah.
I liked Baldwin. He was doing the when they were doing like the Democratic 2016, or Larry David as Bernie Sanders is about as good as it gets.
And he looks like him too.
Yeah, he nails it. Well, I think they said that there was a possibility that they're cousins.
Kevin at the Lake says Randy Quaid did Reagan. That's interesting.
Oh, is that right?
Randy Quaid was on SNL.
I think he was one of those people who had a brief stint, and then his movie career was much more memorable than his Saturday Night Live career. Chris Rock had 1 year on.
Dennis Quaid just did a whole movie about playing Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
And I think critics hated it, but it's a big hit.
Yeah,
it's made a lot of money.
That's not surprising.
The same filmmakers that put out the Reagan are the ones doing the movie about John O'Leary that Jack Bucket befriended, who was the victim of the home fire.
They're the same people.
Production company.
I did not know that
are behind that. That'll be out relatively soon.
You can get involved on the program with your text. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. This is TMA, and it's on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan with a new sponsor here on TMA, Stewarts American Mortgage. I got a chance to meet Stewie last week, Stewie and his son, and it was a wonderful conversation, super educational, and I left the conversation going, why would you go anywhere else? Why would you go anywhere else? Everyone knows him as Stewie, and I got a chance to meet him last week. And when you think of Stewie, you should automatically think about service because he's the best at it. When you're giving out your personal cell phone, that is an indication of going above and beyond, and that's exactly what he does. You can call him on his cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can just Google the Bagel Loan. If you are looking at buying or selling a home, or if you are going to be looking to refinance, Stewie has the knowledge, and he will provide you with the best customer service. Simply call that cell phone number, 314-324-4440. Simply call his cell phone, and I know you're going to have an honest, educational, and fun conversation with Stewie because that's exactly what I had last week when he visited us here at 101 ESPN. He'll be able to fill you in on the Bagel Loan, which is all about no fees and no closing costs. Plus, he can get you closed in 10 to 15 days. Stewie is all about the customer and making sure you are taken care of. Your home is your biggest investment you make in your life. Take the time and talk to Stewie from Stewarts American Mortgage. Call him on his cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Welcome back. Jackson's teaching us about the horizontal tease here on 101 ESPN today. Jackson, what is the horizontal tease?
Well, I'm going to tease you on what's going to come up tomorrow at this time. And that is, of course, Jeremy Rutherford.
Rich Gould.
Rich Gould.
And Rich Gould.
Yeah.
I hear a microphone buzzing.
I do, too.
Oh, boy.
Now I don't.
No, it's gone.
Hold the line.
Maybe it's something on that board.
The
So what time is Jeremy Rutherford?
tease.
JR is scheduled for 9.
I think we need to move that because we don't want to waste our Rich Gould
I
time
agree.
with JR overlapping.
I agree. So maybe
So
we'll
think
go.
JR can maybe do 8 or 10?
Yeah, I'll talk to JR.
You guys workshopping right now?
Yeah, we're workshopping.
I don't
Right?
see
This
why
is the
not.
horizontal tease now that I found out what this horizontal tease is.
Maybe 10 o'clock. Let's go. I'll text JR maybe 10 o'clock. He's probably listening. Hi, JR.
And I was checking the old text line, and you guys have labeled them with their nicknames, which is pretty handy.
Yeah.
Except one says Southside Classy, but they signed their text the Grumpy Cornhole. So I'm confused.
I'll change that.
Which are they?
I'll change it to the.
Well, how do you know?
Well, if he's signing it like that, that's what he
fair.
wants.
Okay.
Sometimes people request text name changes, and I don't. Are you sure? Because it's kind of a funny joke, like change my name to, someone's nose hair. But you want to really lock in.
Norm MacDonald as Bob Dole was the best. That's from Martin's Dangly Bits.
Oh, he was good, yeah.
That's not saved, by the way, Martin. But
Exactly.
I
It's not
636. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls. 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text lines, how you can text into the program. Save it in your phone and be a friend of the show. 314-399-9646. Martin has a surprise guest that he has booked at 9:30. Doug, we have no clue who it is.
No, we can't even get initials.
Has not been named. I will say that. Were you in studio, Tim? Norm MacDonald was there. Remember old story time on the grind? You were there because he said, "Yeah, you go on these shows and they got stupid nicknames, like a guy named after an animal or something." And we all looked at each other because the cat was sitting right there.
I don't think it was Norm MacDonald. I think I would have remembered that. We've had Kevin Nealon in studio a few times.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I swear, Norm MacDonald was at the Webster Groves, and I also was with him at KTRS.
Really?
And he would just come in here like, "Norm, what's going on?" "Going on." And that was the whole shtick. I'm like, "You got a show tonight?" He's like, "Show, yeah, show, people." The whole bit, but it worked.
Our big guy was Sinbad, and we'd play the interview over and over and over again.
Probably playing right now.
Yeah,
probably will play later
somewhere
today.
It is. Yeah, TMA all day, 105.7.
Kind of haunts the hallways.
It does haunt, but yeah, they play it still.
Sometimes
First thing you hear when you walk in here.
Yeah, sometimes they'll rotate it onto the front lobby, and like I'll never forget where I was when it was the Frank Opinion segment of him reading the Dodom email. That was playing loud throughout the building. That was tough.
Can I get the nickname Slide Tackling Tyler as mine, or do I have to threaten Jackie Libby again? That's from 314. You're Libby Jack and now Jackie Libby.
Is that the guy who said he was going to slide tackle
me? And I met him at the Missouri-Memphis game when I was there with my older son. I remember that now. Yeah, he came up to me and he goes, "Hey, I'm the guy who's threatening to slide tackle Jackson."
Like, how weird would that be if you're standing somewhere and someone decleats you while you're just standing there? Like, would I call the cops?
You'd have to be on a soccer pitch to get slide tackled, wouldn't you?
I guess. I mean, you could kind of be anywhere. Linoleum floor, you can slide.
And the guy
on that.
just slides into you and takes you down.
Yeah, like what would you do? Like, I'd have to call the cops, right?
I don't know.
We had a McKenna-Hadley fight, and that was a foot sweep. I believe it was a foot sweep at Rams Park.
Sweep the leg?
I have to tell Brian McKenna's credit. I went up to him, and I said, "You can't do that. You can't come out to Rams Park and start a fight. You're only here twice a year. They're going to think you're a Hoosier." And he looked me in the face. He said, "Marty, I am a Hoosier."
New T-shirt.
And I said, "Well, there you go."
TMASTLshop.com. Loyal listener Chris is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, loyal listener Chris.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I love your show.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. God bless. You're a gentleman.
Hey, Martin, I got a question. In the last 2 to 3 to 4 years, would you say the St. Louis Cardinals' problem is their hitting or their pitching?
In the last 2 to 3, 4 years, because it was the pitching and then it was the hitting. So I'm going to have to go back to 2021. They didn't hit in the postseason. They were always, I'm going to say more pitching because they were constantly chasing pitching. At the trade deadline in 2021, you added Happ and Lester. Then you added Montgomery and Quintana. Offseason, you added Gibson and Lind. I would say pitching was more of the issue because then it cost money that you didn't have to help the hitting, Doug. You see, it was all connected.
I see, yeah. It sure
all
is.
connected. Anything else, Chris?
No, I just believe the name of the game, is getting on the base pads. Smaller guys on the team. If we have 3 home run hitters, that's fine. But a single, then a base hit, he's at third. A single on a guy that's at second, he's at home. I believe it's just, how come, let me ask you this, Doug or Martin, how come about 10 years ago when we won the Cardinals, if you guys remember, we had the highest on-base percentage by hitting up the middle and to the opposite field. And if you just wait on the ball a little bit longer, you can hit up the middle like Yadier Molina tried to and did, and we know that. Yeah. Or like Derek Jeter tried to and did.
Tim likes small
ball.
Small
ball wins ball games.
Yeah.
If you get some runs on the board earlier in the game, one run isn't nothing. You need to get several runs early in the game, 2 or 3 runs. Would you agree?
Doug, you disagree with that, actually. You've always said we'd like to be shut out early on.
You're kind of going back to Whitey Ball. I bet you liked Whitey Ball when he was running the show.
You better believe it.
Mm-hmm.
That Matt Carpenter would come up with the shift on it, and I would say, just hit it to left.
Yeah,
just
bunt,
slap it to left.
Yeah.
Bunt, just get on base. And they just wouldn't do it. Drives me nuts. I get it, Chris. Some of this new ball is frustrating. Give me the old small ball.
Yes, I'd like to hear a little more, and I'll just hang up, and you guys have a great day.
Hey, thanks so much, Chris. Appreciate that.
Loyal listener Chris.
Love that. Thank
not
you, Chris.
playing well, though, in the text inbox, Martin.
Well, it's hard to please all the folks. I feel like the pitching and hitting, it was a trick question.
This guy's not a loyal listener if he's calling this show about stupid sports.
Oh.
That's some Painter guy. Get this mother effer off the air. That's from the Oakville Hoosier.
Come on.
Can we go back to HD2, please? Some Larry Thornton. Now, he was a producer, Martin, with Frank.
I remember that. Loves Mizzou.
He does.
Loves Mizzou.
Yeah, he's my Mizzou insider.
I enjoyed it. Thank you, Chris. Don't be a stranger. And if you do call in, please exclude Tim from the question.
He did.
That's preferred.
What the hell is this call?
Oh.
You can't lose games and win in the NFL. The opposite side of change is the golden goose. You have to hit the ball to get on base. You have to score more runs to win. Screen these calls, KG.
No, don't.
This is nonsense. Come on already. That's some Shakira Sanders.
I like the calls not screened.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
No.
How about that?
No, you can't.
Think about it. Kurt, what did Chris say when he called in? Did he say, I'm really enjoying the program?
Yeah, like I said, he said he was a loyal listener. He called in a couple times yesterday, and we just didn't quite get to him. We had so much.
I got to short that stock.
We had so much.
He did call in yesterday, and we didn't get to him.
I enjoyed it. A little ball. So maybe he didn't hear the Ed Herman segment. That was sort of our Cardinals segment today.
Right. I like hitters who slap the ball around.
Yeah.
Up the middle.
Jackson has a buddy who texts in, Martin. His name's Sweet Sweet Kai. Have you had a chance to meet Sweet Sweet Kai? He rakes bunkers in Cape Cod.
I don't think we've met.
Sweet Kai wants us to go back to HD2 as well, Jackson.
Nah, nonsense. He texted me the other day. He loves the program.
What's on there now?
TMA all day.
So we're currently, right now, it's playing this. We're simulcasting.
Oh, is that right?
And then starting at 11 a.m., it'll return to TMA all day best of segments until 7 a.m. tomorrow.
That best of lasts, what, an hour?
24, or I guess 19 beautiful hours. 20 beautiful hours.
Yeah, 19, give or take one.
Frank in Jersey City. What's up, Frank?
Math's hard.
Here's somebody in the 217 earlier said, 11 a.m. can't get here soon enough. You guys probably agree.
Yeah. That could have been written by one of us.
That was Chairman Kurt texting in.
From management.
100 West Dental, loyal sponsor of the program, and that's Dr. Brandon Pryor. He's in the YouTube chat quite a bit. No insurance, no problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. Just go to 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. They're located on Manchester. In Doug, we've decided Baldwin It's right across from Munganess St. Louis Acura.
Just barely bowling. It's barely bowling.
Barely bowling. Dr. Brandon Pryor in 100 West down. A lot of TMA listeners have gone and seen Dr. Brandon Pryor. He raves about the return he has gotten from advertising on TMA, and we are grateful for the listeners supporting the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Go online at 100westdental.com. A surprise guest, and Martin's going to start giving hints coming up at 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. Jackson, it's a Tuesday. It's Election Day. What do you have for today's series of questions?
Hail to the Piddles.
Wow.
Oh, gosh. We got to salute you or stand up when you walk in the room or something?
It'd be nice. It'd be respectful, but I don't need it.
No.
Want it. But I don't need it.
Okay.
Word in the golf maintenance circles is that simp in Cape Cod had to have a bunker rake handle surgically removed from his rectum.
Oh,
rectum
Small
damn near
circle
killed him.
Mowing professionals, I guess. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
He's heading out to the vineyard for the winter. He's going to be in Martha's Vineyard for the whole winter. Oof.
Gets cold there, I bet, right?
Big time.
Here's a suggestion. Maybe every other day you could do your best impression of a sports talk show. Then you can do the trash the other days. That's not bad.
Really? I kind of like to live.
What are trash days? Tuesdays and Thursdays?
Tuesdays and
Thursdays.
Like alliteration.
Today's Tuesday.
Yeah, so today's a trash
Kind of a big
day.
trash day. Brought to you by Waste Management.
That's right. We got a sponsor. All right, we'll close out the segment. I guess we're still in the 8 o'clock hour, theoretically. Is that right?
No, we've fallen behind.
Yeah, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. We'll get the 5P Academy Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour going. We have the surprise guest on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hi, fellas.
And welcome back. It's the morning after. This is the show for sports fans. Billikens lose. Opening game. Robbie Avila injures the ankle. Josh Schertz will be in studio on Thursday.
That's nice.
Mizzou loses their opening game. They're up by 14 at Memphis. Are any of these going to be in the update, Jackson? I don't want to steal your thunder.
Well, maybe you led me right into a Thunder.
Thunder reference.
A Thunder update. They did win last night. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander had 21 points.
Blues tonight, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning. Doug, they've got 5 in a row at home. That includes the Lightning here. We talked to John Kelly last hour. Pre-game starts. Let me look at the wall. Oh, it starts at 6 because the game is at 7. So there's your sports update, Doug. You were all concerned about. We also have more fun with audio.
What kind of audio fun have we?
Well, Dave Roberts says he was terrified that they might be going back to L.A. for Game 6. I want to know more about the Dodgers manager, his fears of going back to L.A.
I bet he was worried that Aaron Judge had found a stroke and maybe he was out of pitching.
It had anything to do with the homelessness.
I don't think so.
Am I late coming back from a break?
Yeah, we're halfway into this segment.
What in the hell was that?
For 1 minute. It's all right.
I decided to appease the audience, and here's the deal. Just read some sports till Timmy gets back. He'll take care of the nonsense. And we're teeing up a little Dave Roberts.
I filled a water bottle, said hello to Tom Schmidt from Salt and Smoke, who I believe is going to drop by. He's a delight. And I walked back. Can't believe it. How long was the break?
The break, that last break, Tim, was about 2 and a hay.
Doug, do you have a problem with 2 and a hay?
You have time to say half.
2 and a hay. I like a good hay and hay. You know what that is?
What?
That's Harp and Guinness. They call it a hay and hay. A black and tan, Tim, is Bass.
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with that. Absolutely familiar with that.
We'll take your drinking calls.
5P Academy Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Martin, you were asking for that audio from Little Jackie Papers.
Mm-hmm. Here you go. Dave Roberts talking about being scared.
And when did he say this?
This was on a podcast. I saw the clip yesterday. Talking Yanks tweeted it out.
Hit the lever, Jackie.
You're down 3-0. You're at the point where you have nothing to lose now. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter who was favored, who wasn't. When you're down 3-0, everyone is expecting you to lose anyway. So now, that, for me, it's freeing. And so they played free, won Game 4. And I will tell you this now publicly, I was so afraid to come back to Los Angeles for Game 6, knowing we still had Yamamoto in our back pocket. But the point being is that if we were to come back, the noise, the pressure becomes real. Mm-hmm. Because then you're going to start potentially being part of history in the wrong way, a team that gave up a 3-0, because it's never been done in the World Series. We did it in the ALCS, the Yankees versus the Red Sox. Mm-hmm. And so for me, that was the fear of going back. So to your point, yes, I managed with urgency. Even when we were down 5-0, I didn't know how we were going to finish this dang game.
I think you just clip off, I was terrified to go back to L.A., use it totally out of context.
Absolutely.
Use it against them at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get what he's saying. Yeah. Had they lost that Game 5, everybody for a day and a half would have been told, the Yankees have got momentum. The Dodgers are thinking of wilt. I get that. All right. Well, it wasn't as exciting. It wasn't
that bad, though.
It was fine.
It was okay.
But I was kind of. It's not Jackson's fault. It never is. But I do want to hear Joe Kelly trashing the Yankees. That might be more provocative.
And Joe Kelly is the one who moaned in our microphone at spring training, circa 2013.
Okay, he's going to punch that up now. Give him just a second. There. That's what that was about.
Can I have some context?
Doug, you asked him to moan.
I don't know the context. I don't know. He was just thinking about something. I don't think there's anything more to it than that.
I have to say, the whole Doug getting hit upon by male listeners, did it start with this faux Randall Grichuk?
No, it was going on way before that.
Way before that.
That was just sort of a evolution of all that. My apologies.
I've always been the male model type, and so I think maybe that's where it started. I got into radio because of my looks.
I understand. Mm-hmm. Okay, so Joe Kelly, was this on a podcast? Is everything on a podcast?
Yes, this was on a podcast. Awesome. He was doing it from his car.
Yeah. We were saying every single game, just let them throw the ball to the infield. They can't make a play. I mean, you saw Shohei got an extra base going to third on sloppy Glaber play. It's well known. We all knew. I mean, we're the Dodgers. We know every little detail. But I mean, past that, it was a fun series. I mean, they almost snagged a couple wins. You know what I mean? But I mean, if it was like the NCAA, like basketball, baseball, hockey, or football, I mean, like it was just a mismatch from the get-go. Like, we had a playoff re-ranking. Like, they might be ranked 8th or 9th best playoff team. You know what I mean? Like, you're putting the Padres ahead of them. You're putting the Phillies ahead of them. You're putting the Mets ahead of them. It was just a complete mismatch, and it was kind of the same feeling from 2018 when we had to go play the Dodgers. Like, the Red Sox were just a way better team. So all we knew is that we just had to play regular Dodger baseball. We didn't have to play out of our butts. We didn't have to do anything crazy, and we were going to win the World Series. It's facts. Like, just look at the team, look at the talent. But like I said, everyone knew. We go through numerous scouting reports, videos. Like, hey, look at this, is sloppy play. Like, I mean, we pay attention to every single detail. You know, we have a lot of big superstars in our clubhouse, but the superstars also care and aren't lazy and play hard. So that's the difference and the biggest separator.
Now, that's a great soundbite.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's
Kelly.
a great soundbite.
King
That
of
is the
soundbite.
most direct assessment. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah. I mean, he ripped them. I mean, he was like...
They did win 94 games this year, the Yankees.
Yeah.
They had one of the worst innings in the history of Major League Baseball. They did that. But Dodgers made all the plays, meanwhile. Teoscar Hernandez made a perfect throw to the plate. Mookie Betts made some good plays out in right field. The Dodgers made every play, and the Yankees about a half of them.
But he said something at the beginning. We're the Dodgers. We know everything. And it was a little cocky, but I think they feel they've got it figured out because they spend a ton of money. They sign whoever they want, but that they're really strong analytically as well, that they've got a good minor league system. They've got a good in-house analytics department. I think that's what he was referencing. Like, they've got everything going at once.
I would love it. I think it'd be good for baseball if there is some semblance of like a dynasty. I don't know how possible it is because the variance that is the MLB playoff format, but I would love it. And because the Dodgers continue to churn out young players, despite, I mean, this team won the World Series and the number of games they won, despite having like a shell of its rotation. I think it'd be good for baseball if you had a team that everybody hated and pulled against. Now, it probably wouldn't be the Yankees that people would adopt, but I think it'd be good for the game. And Major League Baseball really hasn't had that since that Yankees run. You know, now the Dodgers have been doing this for 11 plus years, going to the playoffs, but they just haven't been able to capitalize on it in a real season anyway until this year.
So Joe Kelly went all Frank Thomas there, just sort of defecated on the opponent, but he was being honest. That's how they view it. I'm sure Dave Roberts and others are not going to say it that way, but basically they didn't respect, I guess, the Yankees' approach. Maybe they've lost their way. The Yankee way is no longer.
Yeah, they just don't play very good defense. I mean, that's the big point he was making, right? It wasn't that the rest of the team was bad. They still got the hitting. They just played lousy defense.
Did you hear? So at the end, he says, we have superstars. The difference is our superstars aren't lazy. Did you take that as a shot at like Judge and Soto and Giancarlo Stanton?
I guess you could.
I don't know how else
you wanted to.
How else could you read it?
Yeah, I don't know what else. Yeah.
Well, I didn't know if he was just saying like the Yankees team is lazy or just their superstars directly, because that seems also quite damning.
He said something early about Glaber. Yeah, and Glaber just chucked it in the ground. He's really condescending.
Martin, you remember Cards Nation 95? He called in last week. Again, 101 listeners, they want more sports. TMA listeners want less sports. The 101 listeners say we talk too much nonsense. The TMA listeners say we don't talk enough nonsense. So Cards Nation 95, who called in, says we have to call in with sports questions to get sports talk. Well, why didn't you all bleep and say that? He's in the YouTube chat.
Okay. So now he's mad at us because caller Chris got us talking small ball.
That's right.
No, we've got it on the dossier. Jackson will put general banter, which is dangerous.
Light vamping.
And then he'll put, please, fellers, talk sports.
Yeah.
He puts it on the dossier.
Sometimes I'll put in there stretch.
Stretch, fill time.
Read the NBA schedule. Stretch.
Hey, Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of our 101 ESPN app here on TMA. Doug, you had them out to the house when your garage door broke.
I did, yeah. I thought I was in big trouble. The door's about 25 years old. I thought, I'm going to need a whole new door. No. I just needed a couple of struts.
Next thing you know, Jason Gosrow and his team are taking care of Doug just like they can take care of you. It's Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER, door.com. You can call or text 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They have Monday morning standby service for the garage doors that break over the weekend, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Clopay for doors, a Clopay master authorized dealer. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the 5P Academy. Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Martin's surprise guest is going to be joining us.
Yeah, we're going to have to tighten it up, fellas. We're a little off our clock game. A little off our clock game.
Well,
I don't care. I'm just kidding.
No, I know, but I'm trying. I'm trying to stay on the clock game. It's just not necessarily what the program is used to from 20 years of low-powered AM and HD2.
I was at kids soccer the other day. A gentleman said, I really enjoy the new show. And I said, oh, thanks so much. He said, good idea to work on the clocks. That's what he said. Your loyal listeners are on board. We're going to get it. We're going to get it fixed. That's what we're going to do.
They're tending to the clocks. And Doug, that'll hopefully take place here in short order.
Yeah. Maybe you'll have a clock in your kitchen, your new kitchen, that Collier and Thompson has designed for you. And then you can keep all the segments right there where they need to be. Collier & Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the absolute best of everything, the best cabinets, appliances, countertops in the business. When Collier & Thompson finishes a job and they walk away, you will be super happy and have a remodel that lasts a lifetime. You ought to go to their website at collierandthompson.com. Look at some of the before and after pictures. It's just remarkable what they can do for your house. And it's not just kitchen, it's every part of your house. They can redo your basement, a wine room, a man cave, bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices, you name it. They're knocking down a lot of walls and first floors to open up the space. Collier & Thompson can do it all. And if you're not just looking to do an entire kitchen remodel, maybe you just need an appliance or two, they're great for that too. They list brand names like Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, and they can make them fit into your space. A lot of the new appliances are maybe larger than the space you've got in your kitchen right now, and people think, I can't get the new stuff, it won't fit in. No, don't think that way. Collier & Thompson has expert carpenters that can make it work. They deal with that stuff all the time. Stacy is the appliance guy. He's fantastic. He will take great care of you. Get on out to the showroom on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. This place has a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. They won a torture award for ethics in the business. Collier & Thompson, they just do it right. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Great Bape Auto Detailing. One of my favorite textures from Balloon Party is back, Jackson. And he says, time clock, Timmy, killing it per usual. You still suck, Jackson. That's from Great Bape Auto Detailing.
How'd it feel?
Take what you can get. I'm kind of, I've heard it all.
Yeah. I'll have sex with all of you. That's from their covering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. I don't know if that's an invite or a threat.
You prefer the negative stuff there, Doug, or something like that? I mean, that's kind of nice.
When's the clock going to change? Or is this like the golf video or the breathing noises or the robot voices? That's from Shakira Sanders.
Soon. That is something that's I don't know how to do it. It's not really. It's not my in my jurisprudence. It's not my bread basket.
You have a problem with that use of jurisprudence?
You shouldn't have said that. You should never have said jurisprudence. I just don't think it fits.
I like the vernacular. I think Jackie's got a good vernacular.
Boy, this alliance, Doug.
Well, that's pretty tight.
It is tight. Martin, remove your shirt. Let's see what kind of chest cabbage you're working with. That's from the Bastard James Hahn.
Bastard James Hahn.
How do you like it when it's directed in your area?
Well, it's a little too chilly in here to do that. Yeah. It was a little warm for a minute. Timmy's over there messing with that thermometer. It was hot. Now
was it hot? Not too cold?
I think it's pleasant now.
I think right now we've hit a nice stride. Yeah. Great show today, but it's time to get back to OG TMA and stop with this sports talk.
Oh.
Martin, what is the 2024 equivalent of Hoosiers and Hummers? Thanks. I'll hang up and listen. That's from Kurt's former coworker.
That's a great question. I need to workshop that. I don't really remember Hoosiers numbers, like what it was. I think we just made fun of Hoosiers, I think, mostly.
There was a guy named Budweiser Mike who would call in, and he said, hey, what's up, guys? I'm a Hoosier. And then he would tell us some of the things that he did. And I think in 2004, kind of what some considered the vehicle of the Hoosier was the Hummer.
Okay.
And I think that's where it came from. There was an article, a huge article in the Post-Dispatch written by Manute Bowl-Eligible, who is still a TMA listener all these years later.
Great writer. I remember a lot of his work in the paper.
That's exactly right. And he did an article
on... really proud of that being on his resume.
It's on his resume.
My mom edited it. She was the editor on that story.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
He wrote an article about Hoosiers driving Hummers?
Well, he wrote an article about our show, and I think it was titled Hoosiers and Hummers.
Okay. Really, what he is a punk redneck Hoosier.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
It'd be good if they just write about Jimmy, just a segment. And then the paper did. That's all it took.
That's all it does is write about me.
Dad called the Post-Dispatch, and then they wrote an article.
Really?
Full spread. Hoosiers and Hummers. I like that Budweiser Mike. I would get him on the show if I could find him.
You think he's still with us?
Oh, gosh, I hope so. He wasn't that old, was he?
I would imagine he's still with us. Well, he can call in. Collier Thompson.
Somebody know Budweiser Mike.
314-974-0101. All right, Martin, the deep tease is here.
Yeah, let's go.
We're going to have Martin's surprise guest on the other side of the break. Doug, you haven't been given initials.
No, I'd like initials.
We're going to...
I don't think I want to do that.
Okay. Doug's going to start. Doug's going to start throwing things out, just so you know.
This is my hot button.
Tim, you're going to want to be here when we come out of this commercial break, okay?
I really am so disappointed in myself.
Yourself?
Yeah, 100%. I filled up a water bottle.
I feel like you did a segment on the Rizzo show and you came back.
Rizzo. Anthony Rizzo.
Anthony Rizzo has a program here. He's on HD3. All right, this is Martin's surprise guest coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Nuggets beat the Raptors last night. Close game, 121-119. Nikola Jokic, 28 points, 14 rebounds, 13 assists. Some call that a triple-double. Nikola Jokic reigning MVP. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back.
Surprise.
Yeah, hold on there.
Yeah, there's
Now,
production.
what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
Are you guys ready? Any
this
last
is
minute
it.
guesses? Last minute guesses.
I would love initials.
May have been referenced on the show within the past week. Caller, are you on the line? Would you please hop on and say hello to the fellas?
Hello, guys. How you doing?
I couldn't tell who that was.
Do you have any questions? If you had to form in a phrase of a question, how would you do so?
Talk about Tony La Russa a little bit.
Is this Calvin?
Yes!
Calvin May.
Calvin May.
Cal May. That's exactly who it is. Wonderful to hear your voice, Calvin.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have a number of drops of your questions that we play on this program, Calvin, and they're fan favorites. Here's a sampling. Jackson, what do you have?
He's talking about Luke Weaver and are asking a question to Mike Matheny about Luke Weaver.
Mike, would you say an outstanding job from Luke today?
Outstanding job from Luke.
How about that, Doug?
Mike Matheny just repeated back. Yeah, Calvin May, Tony La Russa's leadoff man. Calvin had cards printed that said leadoff man. I thought it'd be interesting to tell the fellas, how did it all begin for you?
Well, I was in the post-game press conferences and got to ask Tony the first question a few times, and one night after a game, he'd come out at the press area where we do the questions and answers and all that, and he'd come out and give me a big hug and said, "You're my leadoff man from now on." He says, "You get it from now on," and he says, "You get the first question after every baseball game here in St. Louis."
Did anybody ever get sideways and try and jump in front of you?
Jeff Skversky did it one day.
Oh, that's right. Did the skipper scold him?
I believe he did, yeah.
Reggie Sanders did one night. He grabbed the microphone for Jim Hayes and stood in the back behind a bunch of the media guys and started asking Tony a question. And Tony looked at him and he says, "Is your name Calvin?" He says, "Calvin gets the first question after every baseball game." And Reggie said, "No." And he says, "Okay." He says, "Just let me ask it, and then I'll leave." So he asked it, and then after the media session out in the hallway there at the old Busch Stadium, we went inside, and Reggie Sanders looked at me and he says, "Calvin, you get the first question with me tonight."
Wow. Gosh, it was contagious. Well, wasn't that funny?
How cool was it that it was a Wisconsin player that sank the winning shot?
Well, they're all Wisconsin players.
Oh. Calvin, did you ever have a player or coach snap at you that didn't like your question and yelled at you?
Oh, not really.
Oh, good. Okay.
I mean, I did it during the playoffs and World Series as well, and nobody really said anything, and Tony made sure with the lady who was in charge with Major League Baseball that I got the first question with him after each of the playoff and World Series games.
The delightful Katie Feeney.
She had to wonder what the hell was going on.
Yep. Katie Feeney, yep.
Calvin May, our guest, a surprise guest. We have a lot of drops from Calvin. Can we hear the grandma one? I think this is Jason Hayward.
Yeah, Jason Hayward here, Calvin. Take a listen.
So what'd your grandma think?
I don't know. I haven't told her yet.
Wonderful.
That was nice.
Do you remember the context there, Calvin?
Yes, sir.
And what was it? And also, somebody told me via my own phone that you're related to Butch Patrick, the great Eddie Munster.
I'm not related to him. I'm just, matter of fact, me and my wife are good friends with him, and his family and that, and we do a lot of stuff when they come into St. Louis, and occasionally he'll give me a call and say, hey, we're going to be here or there, and why don't you join up with us? And he just, took us in as friends, and we do a lot, like I say, a lot of stuff together, and I talk to him quite frequently on the telephone, and get stuff lined up with him, and all that, and Butch is a really, really great guy, and for being with the Munsters, I always ask questions to him, and he always answers them.
Did you ever introduce Tony La Russa to Eddie Munster?
No, I did not, because he wasn't in town when Tony was in town, or in one of the cities where the Cardinals were playing at. But maybe eventually we'll have that opportunity if he comes into St. Louis, and I know Butch is going to be around. We can hook up, and I can introduce him to Tony. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Are you still doing any reporting today? What are you up to these days?
Nah, I
shot that into the rafters.
I just got a job with the Edwardsville High School with some maintenance work and all that, and I've also been doing a little bit of work with the country club in Edwardsville, and I see Ed Hightower all the time out there, and Jason Isringhausen, and all those guys. And Isringhausen even told all the golfers one day eating lunch at the country club that I used to get the first question with Tony La Russa, and he thought that was the neatest thing in the world, and being my friend was one of the neatest things in the world.
Very nice.
And didn't the skipper, a final thought, didn't the skipper send you a letter of recommendation for jobs? He filled the Tony La Russa filled one out for Kel.
He did. Tony, during, I think, about the first or second year that it went on, he mailed me a letter of recommendation to my house, and really nice one, and told me if I ever needed to use it and that stuff. He said, you feel free and use it anytime you feel like. And he says if they want to call me, he says you tell them to give me a call.
Nice,
Calvin.
Nice.
I was present when you gave Cubs manager Joe Madden an autographed picture from Butch Patrick, and there was a unique combination of delight and confusion. Can you give the backstory on that?
Yeah, I found out through Gordon Wittenmeyer that Joe Madden was a big fan of Eddie Munster's.
Who is
and
it?
I told Gordon, I said, well, I know him and I'm personal friends with him, and I talk to him and deal with him all the time, and he asked me if I could get an autographed photo for Joe Madden, and I said, sure. Me and my wife were going to Butch's wedding the Saturday right after he had inquired about that, and when me and my wife got there, I told Butch, I said, hey, I need a autographed photo for Joe Madden, the manager of the Chicago Cubs. He is a massive fan of yours and would like to have a picture. And I told him, he said, that he would like it signed and everything to him and all that. And Butch told me, he says, Calvin, he says, you go upstairs in the room right there off the steps. And he said, you grab one of those photos, which you think he would like, and you bring it down, and I will sign it for him. So I found one, and he brought it down, and I brought it down, and he signed it, and he says, here, you can take this to him, because the Cubs were in town on that Monday night. This was a weekend, and the Cubs were in town on that Monday night, so I got to the stadium, and I told Jeff Mike Gonzalez and Gordon Wittenmeyer that I had the photo, and it was signed by Butch Patrick, and they told me, they said, hey, wait till after the post-game press conference in the dugout, and you can give it to him. So I said, that'll be fine. So I went down with the Cubs media guys, and as soon as the press conference was over in the dugout, Gordon Whitmire told him, he said, hey, Calvin May's got something for you. And I gave him the picture with Butch Patrick and the Munster family. And he says, let's get a picture of this together. So I said, yeah, we can do that. So they took a picture of him and I with the photo and everything like that. And Joe Madden asked me, he says, hey, Calvin, he said, do you think you might be able to get him up at Wrigley Field sometime and visit me there? And I said, sure, that should be no problem. So it was a few months later into the year, and the Cardinals were playing the Cubs up at Wrigley Field, and Butch called me up, and he says, hey, Calvin, I'm in Chicago. We don't have anything to do this afternoon, and the Cubs are playing at Wrigley Field. And you think I might be able to surprise Joe Madden? I said, yeah, we can do that. So I got a hold of the media relations guys with the Cubs and told them exactly what I told you guys. And the media relations guy told me, he says, hey, I'll leave 2 passes at the will call window for Butch Patrick and his guest. So I called Butch and told him exactly what he told me, that he would leave 2 passes at the will call window, and that him and his friend could come inside, and they could go in the dugout, and they could wait for Joe to come out, and then he'd go down to the locker room with Joe, and Joe could show him his locker room there at Wrigley Field.
Wow. So they did meet up, it sounds like?
So, yeah, Butch said, man, that is super.
So Eddie Munster and Joe Madden, they're hanging at Wrigley Field because of the great Calvin May. Tim, what was that? Was that what you wanted to know?
That's the detail I wanted, and it was wonderful. Yeah, a lot of vivid detail. and does Butch Patrick have a widow's peak in real life, or was that the work of wonderful makeup artists?
I think that was the work of the wonderful makeup artist.
Yeah, that's a great widow's peak, though. Well, you always talked about
Cal,
it.
thank you for playing ball and being our surprise. Yes, the boys on the show here are very surprised. Or the
I wouldn't have guessed that one.
Texters are very surprised, too. But
hey, anything for you guys, you know that.
Nice. Thanks, Calvin.
How about that, Doug?
He is a real gentleman.
He is.
We had a great talk yesterday off air, lasted a while, and it was fascinated by it all. Calvin, thanks so much for being a good sport.
Thanks, Calvin.
You're welcome, and hey, you guys are my friends for life. That's for sure.
Well, that's nice to hear. Nice to hear.
Thank you, Calvin.
Yep. You guys are welcome, and have a great day, and I'll look forward to talking to you soon.
Absolutely.
All right, Calvin.
Cal May.
Honestly, really upbeat, super gentleman.
Yeah, how could he not be Tony La Russa's leadoff hitter with that kind of attitude?
And the famous moment, this is going on 2004, he would let him bat leadoff, ask the first question every time, and one night he wasn't there. We were in that hallway outside the clubhouse, and the skipper said, where's Calvin? And somebody that knew him, one of his buddies, said, he had to paint his boss's office tonight. He said, what? Paint the office? What does he do? And they said, well, he paints. And he said, that's unbelievable. And he loved him even more because he was missing a Cardinal game to paint the office.
Tell me if you disagree with this, Martin. Calvin being the leadoff hitter was probably one of La Russa's many superstitions.
Oh, yeah, that he thought it was. But also, Calvin's a sweetheart. You can tell.
Of course.
Super nice guy. And Tony really likes genuine people. Probably a little bit of superstition as well. I was gonna text Tony and say, we've got Cal on, give me a little.
Oh, wow.
And not to call in, but just to give me. But I know what he's. That's a real deal, man. He's a great guy. I know. I kind of know what he would have texted me, but I loved that relationship they had. And
Matt, did you know in the top of the fourth that Don Mattingly made the statement that it makes him think that the Stan Musial is in that body and running around here?
Sick. Yeah, I remember that one as well.
John Lackey.
Mm-hmm. John Lackey, that's right. And for the people that didn't like it, it's okay. I like the surprise. Next week, it might be Barack Obama. It might be
former president.
It might be George Clooney, okay? I almost texted Izzy to get Calvin's number. What do you think he would have thought if I said, we don't want you to come on, Izzy, but if you could help me I was going to ask Izzy to give me Cal's number because they're buddies.
Cal May's number.
Oh.
What a delight. The great Calvin May on surprise guest here on Tuesday. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. Tomorrow's program, Jeremy Rutherford's going to be in studio, as is Rich Gould. Doug, you're vacationing in the Hamptons, and you guys have just acquired some property in San Diego that you're going to visit.
Yeah, it's a little north of San Diego. Is it Loma Linda? Is that the area? There's so much acreage that we've bought that it probably bleeds into a couple of different municipalities.
Isn't the Reagan Library in Yorba Linda?
I think it might be.
And so you acquired that land.
I acquired the library, Tim. It's a very impressive library. Nixon has his library there in Capistrano. Is that?
I don't see you going to the Clinton Library.
Yeah, well, no.
Yeah, you got to go to Little Rock.
Skip that one.
So Doug will be out tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Rich Gould, Jeremy Rutherford. Who else? Andy Strickland.
Josh Schertz.
People are just calling us.
In studio.
People are booking themselves on the show now.
Yeah, feel free to.
Izzy, if you want to come by, it's fine. We'll squeeze you in.
Come on in, Izzy. I think Izzy would do a call-in. I don't think he's going to do a drive-in.
Yeah, I think that's true.
I think that's probably where it would be. All right, let's see what we got going on. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You're always welcome to text in or call in. The text number is 314-399-9646. The phone line's brought to you by Callier and Thompson, 314-974-0101. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
There's a big difference between a bank and a credit union. When you're involved with a credit union, you're a member. There's no owner. And so when the credit union profits, all that money rolls back right to the customers. Together Credit Union. Exciting announcement for you. They have an exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. The St. Louis Zoo debit card rounds up the change from your transaction. Instead of them asking you, that can get a little annoying when you're at the counter checking out, hey, you want to round up for Jackson's laser hat? No, I'm good, thanks. They actually, I've never been asked that, by the way. Instead of them asking you, do you want to round up? They'll do it for you with the Together Credit Union debit card. It's that simple. When they round up, that money goes back to the St. Louis Zoo. Those donations help further the zoo's mission, which includes growth at St. Louis Zoo Wild Care Park that's in North St. Louis County that's going to open in 2027. All Together Credit Union members with that St. Louis Zoo debit card also receive an exclusive membership to the St. Louis Zoo. That means you're getting discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, and more. Sign up before the end of the year. Also receive a sea lion plush toy. Great for the grandkids, huh? How about you get this card? Simple. Stop by any local Together Credit Union branch, 14 in the metro area, certainly one near you, or go online. It's togethercu.org.
Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 5P Academy, Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. If you're watching on YouTube, you're seeing a real treat. Not only do I look hot, Doug looks cute today. I feel like you get cute. Martin, you're always darling. Jackson, I think you're feeling it today following the Missouri first half. But look, there is Tom Schmidt and caller Adam in these studios.
Wow.
Caller Adam is in the studios. Martin, you've never met him.
This is this vile SOB. He's leaning on my shoulder.
I like that you're putting your hand on Doug, Tom, and then caller Adam.
We're supposed to touch. Yeah, we are supposed to touch.
Oh, I heard there'd be no touching.
In court, they're going to say, "Show me on the doll where the sponsor touched you."
That's what we got going on. Tom Schmidt from Salt and Smoke, and Adam, you are the voice of Salt and Smoke's ad campaigns.
That's what a lot of people say. Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. People have been talking about it.
People have been talking. What treats did you bring in, Tom?
Yeah, ribs, trashed ribs.
Oh, Bill.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
We smoke those over cherry wood, and then we deep fry them in beef fat.
Oh,
and then
Doug.
toss them in a special sauce.
And we might even give you a mic to talk about it.
That's all right. That's all right. No, that's
I heard you because you're standing right behind me.
Yeah.
The listeners didn't hear a word of that.
We're looking for an audience of one, and that's with you, Doug. You're the person we're
Or can we watch Doug eat one rib?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we watch you suckle it?
I'm not going to suckle on anything. I'll have
You guys
a
bring
rib,
any
sure.
bourbon? Don't you have a bunch of bourbon?
This looks fantastic. Oh, gosh.
Oh, he's going to suckle. What a treat for the YouTube viewers.
So tender, it's literally falling apart in my
You're going to hear the sounds. Here it comes.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't bite it with his mouth. He took it off with his hands.
Gerard Chadwell says, holy yes, that's caller Adam. He's thrilled to see you, caller Adam. People are here to watch
Appreciate that. It's nice to be here with Martin.
Doug, was that a shot?
It really was. I feel like I've lost my boyfriend.
Clip that off.
That head of hair does look good in person, I
Well,
have to
thank
say.
you. Thank you. You can touch it.
Really looks
You can touch it
solid.
later.
Okay.
Clip
Try
that
to pull
off.
it off.
It's real.
Yes, it's real. Doesn't
It
come
is
off.
real.
Doesn't come off.
St. Louis Hair Restoration made that magic. And people are celebrating that you voted, Adam. You got the I voted sticker on.
Floss stick as well.
It's called a placker. But yeah, in case you get any rib meat in there, I did vote. I voted for Kamala, so all the St. Charles County people.
Oh boy, Martin, that's bad idea. Genes.
You know,
Time to take a break. What is it, Kumala, Doug? What is it?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Time to take a break.
I think Doug
Joe
and I
Buck
cancel
says
each
we
other
need to
out.
break.
Get Cal back on the phone.
Well, Tom, this is quite a treat. That's really very good.
Well, thank you very
Did
much.
we know they were coming, Timmy?
Yeah, Tom or Greg Joseph of the sales staff had told
Was it
me
not
that.
on the dossier?
Jackson's dossier is a living, breathing document.
Fluid. It's a fluid dossier.
There. I don't know if I see my name on there.
I think you might be a surprise guest, but I was excited to know you were going to be here. I mean, you're the voice of the ad campaign.
Appreciate you. You have a phone with no phone case, and it's cracked to hell.
Well, the SIM card was acting up, so I took the case off, and then I dropped it, and now it's broken.
Oh, no.
Martin's broken phone. Texted into the show. I'm going to get a new one. Just been a little pressed for time.
Doug, you're enjoying suckling upon the...
I took one suckle, and I can't eat the whole thing here. I don't want to be the only one in the studio eating.
Oh, that's
not very
fine.
polite.
That's why Tom brought it in.
Yeah, it's for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
he brought
To
the
eat
ribs in.
during the show,
That's
not
what he
during the
wants.
break, but during
I mean,
the
this
show
guy
proper.
sponsors the show. I mean, you're kind of
Okay.
disrespecting him a
Okay,
little bit.
I'll have another
a little
bite.
bit.
It's really for me to
Yeah,
watch
this
you
is,
eat.
this is your cake,
It's a gift
and we
to
don't
myself.
cake shame.
Yeah. Tommy, look at
Really
that.
Fantastic.
All right.
Really, really good.
The boys
I
did
would
good
try
this
some. I
morning.
haven't had a bowel movement since Saturday.
Oh,
The way he's positioned on the camera, it's just all breast. It's just
Is it
all
really?
caller Adam's
Is this
breast.
fine?
Yeah, it's good
Do you
stuff.
need me to move? This is J. Crew. Is that all right? Did I say
Doug,
it?
you love J. Crew.
He looks wrinkled.
I don't know about this guy.
It's a
good
little
idea to bring him in.
You were always critical of Dave in St. Peter's because he had a really wrinkly shirt when he
Yeah.
would show up to our events. What do you think about caller Adam and his...
Well, he's got the cute little
Is
I
this
just
am I
voted
on
sticker.
camera?
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're on camera. You can see the camera up there is the technical director's switch right there.
I'm getting paid by Dell. Clearly.
We're all happy for you that you voted.
Jackie, could you find the clip at some point? It's Chris Rock saying how much for one rib. Remember that? The great bit? He only wanted to buy one rib.
Jackson's got it? Oh, no, I thought you were going to play it right away. I was about to say.
I'll have to cut that one.
Stedman-esque.
Blues pregame at 6.
That's right. Blues and Lightning. Tom Schmidt, Salt and Smoke. Oh, my goodness, does he have some good barbecue. How many locations now, Tom?
5, and we're getting ready to build out the 6th here. So, coming along. come along.
Where's the new one going to be again?
55 in Lindbergh.
That's right.
Yeah, in South County, on that same lot with like Costco and Target.
Oh, yeah. That's always crowded out there. You'll do great there.
Next door to a Culver's, which is actually why we opened there.
Looking in Normandy at all? Or just thinking
it's
about
on
it? Okay.
Yeah,
It's on the dossier.
Right. Yeah, it's on the list of options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put one there at the halfway house for Normandy. That's not a bad idea. Call it out. Man, you're sharp, brother. That's the deal. Doug, this guy's sharp. You know, that's why you love his calls.
For Kamala.
I'm eating. I don't have to pay attention to him now.
It's Tom Schmidt and caller Adam in studio here on 101 ESPN Salt and Smoke. We'll get ready for the 10 o'clock hour brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. Martin Kilcoyne, you have to leave because you have...
I got a thing. I got a thing.
Well,
now, Doug's leaving town.
Don't take it personal, caller Adam.
Well, I could just sit here.
Yeah.
Oh, Doug, how about that?
No.
I mean, it's fine. I don't have
Martin,
to work.
Don't take the ribs either.
Yeah.
Take some calls.
Anybody calling in for us?
Okay.
Yeah.
We do open up the phone lines, but Chairman Kurt vacated the
I hear you.
the phone lines. Calliard Thompson, 314-974-0101. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference and learn more at theedfgroup.com. Look, caller Adam is now caressing your right shoulder while Tom caresses your left shoulder.
I count 4. Are there 4 cameras?
Yeah.
4 cameras. 4 cameras.
Yeah, and you'd like to be on every one of them, wouldn't you?
Hate to break it to you, there was 4 in the TMA studio as well.
Were
You know?
there really?
Yeah.
Didn't feel like it.
Man, that was the best rib I've ever had, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was
How about
really
that,
fantastic.
Tom?
That's an endorsement.
That is an endorsement. That's from Doug Vaughn.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll close out the 5P Academy Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, coming your way at 10:45. Doug, it's Election Day.
Yes, it is.
You're traveling to Southern California to visit the Reagan Library.
Or to buy a portion of it.
Yeah. But Jackson's going to celebrate Election Day with, what do we have?
Hail to the Piddles.
Hail to the Piddles.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I feel like it was the right thing. It was the right thing. Oh, which one are we going to go to first, Tim?
That's a sign of a weak list.
Got nothing.
That's a sign of a weak list. We'll get the calls going then. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101.
Well,
Sherman Kurt is standing by to put you on the air.
We talked about it earlier in the program. Netflix and the NBA do a show called Starting Five, showcasing the lives on and off the court of Jason Tatum, LeBron James, Domantas Sabonis, Anthony Edwards, and Jimmy Butler. Who would you want to see in the MLB and NHL equivalent of that show?
I guess Shohei Ohtani, maybe?
That's a nice play.
Yeah, and now you want a hockey one?
Well, I think as you can name...
He wants you to give 10 names.
10 names for possible people we're going to follow around and make their lives a living hell. 10 names in each sport? I'm not going to do it! I stopped at Shohei Ohtani. I think he'd be the best one to find out what it's like living in a foreign country with all the money in the world and be constantly hounded by the Japanese media.
I would be interested to see what his life is like in Japan. I bet he can't even walk outside. He can't really walk outside here.
I wonder if he lives here now or does he go back to Japan in the offseason?
I think he goes back to Japan. I think he was talking about that when the interpreter thing went down.
Well, Tokyo does have like 37 million people in that city, so maybe he could get lost there.
I saw that at the parade, he got on the mic and spoke some English and shouted out to the LA fans. That's impressive. Yep. English is hard to learn, man. All respect to Shohei Ohtani.
It's been hard for all of us.
I still can't do it.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge would be one because I'd need a Yankee or a Met in there. I need something from Chi-Town or New York. I mean, my bias would tell me I'd want a Cardinal, but I really don't know what Cardinal I'd want.
Steven Matz.
I guess Steven Matz would be fun to see him out and about.
Seems like Burleson enjoys himself with a good time.
Yeah.
I think maybe Alec Burleson. Newt.
Netflix would be thrilled about that.
Yeah, they probably Newt maybe. Newt, if you had to have like one person from each team to like nominate, probably would be Newt Bar just because of his international status.
I don't know. I think most of the country doesn't even know who Lars Nootbaar is.
Yeah, most. Hate to break it to you, most of the nation doesn't know who most baseball players are.
Oh, Doug, there's Jackson crapping on America's pastime.
They know Shohei Ohtani.
Ohtani,
Judge. You got to get the biggest names.
Ohtani, Judge, and then it drops off a cliff. I'm telling you, it does. Mookie Betts, Juan Soto drops off a cliff.
Well,
in terms of recognizability, I think so.
Yeah, probably. Bryce Harper's pretty well known, I would say.
Harper, yeah. But still, I think you're running some issues there.
Probably.
NHL-wise, you're probably even tougher.
Uh-oh.
Well.
Now we're going to ruin that lake.
I don't want to ruin.
It'd go over huge in Canada.
Yeah.
And in hockey cities in America.
Sure. Well, yeah, I think it would. I don't go over well. Like it would do better than it would elsewhere. I don't think it would be like the biggest thing going. But I think that there is. But I think more stuff like this, like what the NBA is doing, Netflix, and other sports are doing it major too.
I love these types of shows.
I think it's a great.
Well, they did it behind the scenes in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Got McDavid's speech to the boys when things were going awry against the Panthers. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Again, I think it would be great for baseball to do as well. I hope that they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I think F1 was the first thing to kind of do this behind the scenes stuff.
No, I'm going to disagree with that. I think it was the Hard Knocks that got things going. That was like 2001.
Saragusa was a big star on that first.
Todd Heap, Doug?
Yes, the golden receiver.
That's right.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah, that probably laid the groundwork. But like the modern version, F1, I mean, totally. Right. I mean, they became a pretty big sport based upon like a really good Netflix show. And now you see it with golf in full swing.
The thing about doing this with baseball is baseball players get overwhelmed by the media every day from the start of spring training in the middle of February to the last day when they go home. They get media before the game, after the game. They can't get away from it every day. And so they may not be so interested in having yet another camera crew in their locker room all the time.
Guys, in hindsight, I'd love to see Contreras from 2023 on there. It would have been fun to see that behind the scenes. That's from Larry Thornton. Doug, that was a great moment in Cardinal history, a month into his tenure.
Signed a catcher, and we don't like him as catcher.
Correct.
Maybe left fielder.
That's from Larry Thornton with that one. Ohtani speaks English? Then why did he need an interpreter for his gambling interview? That's from the 314.
So I think he was giving a statement to the Dodgers fans. That's something he can kind of practice, whereas questions that come in, not only do you have to answer kind of off the cuff, but you also have to hear what they're saying so that you don't answer incorrectly.
Yeah.
So I think giving a little speech is a lot different than answering questions, especially when it's something like the gambling thing.
Sure. That gambling thing conveniently went away real quick, though, didn't it? Never mind. Nothing to see there.
I would love to see a day in the life of Jackson Burke. I would be curious to see the extravagant lifestyle that takes place outside of 7 to 11. That's from Marsh's Burner. Yeah, what is life like for you outside of 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock?
I shuffle down the hallway. I do some work that I have to do for this program and for tomorrow's show. Do that till about 1 or 2:30, somewhere in between there. Usually like to go down to the one-on-one office and mix it up with the guys in the fast lane for a brief moment.
Mix it up.
And then I
Who
go.
do you mix it up with?
Marshy, Stalter, Kerry Davis, Rivers if he's here. I like to give him some trouble.
You just mash it up.
Well, I push him around a little, move some furniture. And then I promptly go home, maybe play a little pickup basketball, maybe just take a little walk around the neighborhood.
Where are you balling at the mall?
I play in Richmond Heights, a little community center there. And then I watch some television, eat, watch whatever sporting event is on, and then promptly go to bed because I can wake up at 4 a.m. the next day.
That's the time you're waking up, 4 a.m.?
Mm-hmm. 4 a.m.
That seems early.
And it's always work to be done.
Look at that. How about that, Doug? That's a hard-working American right there. Jackson Burkett. They know him as Piddles.
Chop wood, carry water.
Chop wood, carry water.
If you want me to come over and stay the night tonight, we could shoot like a day in the life of Piddles thing if you want from the time you wake up.
Yeah.
It would be so boring.
Let's get her done.
It would be so boring. I don't do that much. I guess I'll be voting today. That'll probably be the most exciting thing about my day.
How long do you think we're going to have to wait?
I think there's a lot of polling places open right now. So
I would think.
Yeah, I'm seeing people online saying they're not waiting at all.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like if you were voting early.
I was thinking about going before the show today, actually.
Right. Like if you're voting early, there's only a handful of places that are open to it. But now today on election day, I think a lot more polling places are open. Therefore, I don't think the wait will be as bad. Like my dad waited 2 hours to vote a week or two ago.
If you have voted, how long did you wait? Text in 314-399-9646. Newly released medical records show that boxer Iman Khalif not only has XY chromosomes, but internal testicles and a micropenis. Tim, your thoughts? That's from the 618.
That's the Olympic boxer.
I was about to say, is that the Olympic boxer? I knew of the Olympic story, but I didn't recall the name. Where is that report? I'd love to read it. Are you familiar with this, Jackson? It's not in the links today.
It did not make the cut. I did see a tweet about it yesterday, but I couldn't tell if it was real or not. I kind of thought everyone had moved on, but alas.
Now, what does that mean right there? Doug, that meant something. Don't you think that meant something?
I do, yeah.
What do you think it meant?
It was a political statement of some sort.
It's just, I thought, the Olympics was, quite some time ago. I've moved on personally.
But didn't Ben Johnson of Canada, wasn't he stripped of his medals after the Olympics?
Yeah, Jim Thorpe, too, going way back.
Ben Johnson, 1988, Canada. Am I right on that? Is my nurse checked on that?
Seems right, yeah.
So therefore, this was a gold medal winning boxer, I guess, correct?
Did she win gold?
Yeah.
Okay. I was unaware. Sometimes I check in and out of stories, and based on the discourse around it, I kind of checked out of that story.
It's weird that Libby Powder didn't want to include that story. That's from Maxwell.
So now, what is this? What is this?
It's your liberal stance on just everything.
Yeah, so often this is what we we talk about. We just read the front page of Outkick every morning.
You're okay with men beating up women in the boxing ring?
Yep.
Hey guys, I voted out here in Oakville at the library on the 2nd of November, and it took an hour and a half. That's from the 847. I walked in, I voted, and I left all in about 5 minutes. That's from the 618. Bobby Big Wheel says it took 7 minutes once I got out of my car, voted, and back in my car. Wow, people, that's Bobby Big Wheels.
Just depends on where you go.
Yeah. Sharon and Clayton voted yesterday, waited in line for 2 hours, half of which was in the rain. Same place has no wait right now. Stupid move on my part. Regardless, get out and vote, folks. Sharon and Clayton, and yes, I voted in Clayton.
Yeah, I think that because so many more polling places are open today as opposed to early voting windows, it's not as bad a wait. That's why I was kind of planning on. So hope that is the case.
Well, everybody's saying no wait.
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting a bunch of texts.
The rain this morning might hold a few people back,
and
too.
More people
waiting for later in the day. Maybe.
Yeah, and more people voting early than ever.
Virgin, remember that guys say they are girls to win gold medals when you vote, you little, and then this text is a four-letter word that I can't say on this program or any program regulated by the Federal Communications Commission. That comes from the Warson Woods Wacko.
I don't even, I couldn't follow that at all. I'm sure it was defamatory towards me.
Are you threatening litigation against the Warson Woods Wacko?
No. Thank you, Veruca. No, I am not. We are allowed to disagree with each other politically in this country. That's what makes this country great.
Oh, my gosh. How about that, Doug?
And I think on election day, I think it's needed to be said.
How about that?
We're allowed to disagree and still love each other.
Oh, my God. This guy's a unifier.
Try to be.
Sure are. Surprised you don't run for office. You can't be a unifier and run for office.
No, thank you.
No.
Hard pass.
Well, you're not old enough to be president anyway, so.
Nope. Got another 9 years before that.
The only way, and I mean the only way I'm voting is if there's an amendment that TMA will go back to HD2. That's from the Midwest Butt Bandit.
I have to wait till the midterms.
But you said we're there now as it is.
Huh?
Simulcast.
Oh, yeah, I guess we are simulcast, yeah. And we're TMA YouTube, TMA app, in addition to the 101 YouTube. And
Schaefer Door
app.
Company sponsoring that. Munganess sponsor the 7 o'clock hour online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. It is Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, and Munganess, St. Louis Acura. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. It's where I go to get my cars. It's where I recommend you go to get yours as well. And that's where my family goes to get their cars. My sister just got a car there a few weeks ago. My mother-in-law got a call there a few months ago. Go to stlouisacura.com to go shopping for new cars or for pre-owned vehicles. And if you need to get your car serviced, even if you didn't get it from Munganess, get it serviced there. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Jamie Burkhardt, name on the dealership. Peter Munganess, name on the dealership. They are accessible to our audience, so much so that they give out a number that you can call or text with any questions or requests you might have. Here it is, 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. That's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, coming your way at 10:45. Doug, across the text inbox here, people are in and out at polling places all over the metropolitan area.
Yeah.
So that's good news for those of you who have not voted. I mean, maybe like at 4 or 5 o'clock when people are getting off work, maybe?
I think it's more early voters than ever before. People have been standing in line for 2 weeks to vote.
Yep.
And with the rain, I think that'll probably hold a few people back early.
Doug, I wrote in Dotem for president. Don't count him out. That's from the 314.
I would count him out. He's been suspended indefinitely.
So Dotem is out per Doug Vaughn. All right, we will take a commercial break, come back with more of TMA here on 101 ESPN. It's the morning after. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You're welcome to text in. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service sponsor of the text line. 101 ESPN apps brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. And coming up at 10:45, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, you're flying out to acquire even more property in Southern California, and you'll be out Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, back on Monday to review the Missouri-Oklahoma game.
Okay. Well, assuming the property purchase goes okay.
Yeah.
If not, if there's a holdup, I might be gone another couple months.
What?
But that's okay, I would assume.
We'll have to talk with Tommy.
Sometimes these, multi-million-dollar purchases go off without a hitch, and sometimes no.
Can't you do it remotely?
I prefer to look at the land, kind of like how Stan Kroenke did when he was site surveying for a new stadium.
2 in the morning in Inglewood?
Yeah, similar to what I'll be doing out there.
Where are you, Stan? It's 2 in the morning. I'm driving around Inglewood. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson, what is our next question in Hail to the Piddles?
The next question, Tim. Sorry, I just had to click a button, and I thought we almost... I
don't need to know how the sausage is made.
I said that there was a button that needed to be hit. I saw an article in the Variety about Joker 2 will be looked upon as a classic in 10 to 20 years. I felt the same way after leaving Martin Scorsese's The Irishman, but I'm doubtful on Joker 2. Either way, is there examples of players who have aged better in your estimation with your age increasing, either because of their post-playing career or because of your own maturity?
What's that have to do with the movies?
Well, these movies aged. He's saying that they're going to age better. Is there players out there who have aged better, either because you have aged or because their post-playing career?
I knew that Doug was going to be exhausted by that question.
Gosh.
And I'm so delighted that my read was right.
I am exhausted by
I guess I could have just asked the back end of it, but that leaves some of the fun. You got to let me have some fun.
The Irishman gets better the more people look
it's a
at it over
5-year-old
the
picture
years.
now. I saw it in November of 2019.
As did I. And
I loved it in the moment.
I think in 20 years it'll be looked upon as an all-time classic.
All right. And Doug, how does that have to do with
now we gotta pick
Simeon
players,
and Sammy Haley?
Players who are going to get better as they get older?
No, like players that you maybe didn't like as much when you were watching them play, but now as years have gone by, you've grown to appreciate them more.
Well, I guess the one that comes to mind is a guy I appreciated at the time, but maybe not to the full extent that I should have, would be Albert Pujols.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever see the likes of him again in St. Louis. I mean, he's going to go down as one of the top 10 players in the history of the game.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see a player like that in baseball in general.
Yeah, maybe not.
700 home runs? I don't know.
Yeah.
I always felt like I had, and I think you might have been there with me, but I don't want to speak for you, Doug. The fan base in St. Louis loved Yadier Molina more than we did, and that didn't mean that we didn't like him. Just when you had Pujols on the team, and whether you want to cite the Matt Holliday era, Lance Berkman, Carlos Beltran, Albert Pujols, and then you had the MV3 as well for one of the years of Molina's career, albeit not his starting year, that you would go, I don't get the Molina thing, but I think I have a greater appreciation for his presence and his leadership with the pitching staff than perhaps I did while he was playing.
Mm-hmm. Ocho Cinco is someone that comes to mind for me.
And, of course, we have Albert Pujols, Yadier Molina, and then Chad Ochocinco. That was, I think, everybody's top 3.
Because he was so important to the St. Louis sports audience.
Well, and also then this player didn't play when I was basically alive, but has certainly grown in probably a lot of people's estimation since his post-playing career. Charles Barkley certainly was probably a more polarizing guy while he was playing. Now was
he really polarizing while he was playing?
I can't speak to it as much because I wasn't around for the discourse, but I would imagine he was kind of hot-headed.
I don't really think he was thought of one way or the other, maybe hot-headed, but I mean, that was during the Jordan era more than anything. So he was just kind of on a team that was irrelevant up until his time with the Suns.
Yeah, Dan Marley. He fought a lot of fans. I think that...
I don't know. He fought a lot of fans.
I think they asked him. It was so funny. They did it inside the NBA segment where he talked about fighting fans. He was like, I've fought some fans before. And
he's fought some fans?
Quote? Well, Alabama education, Auburn.
Wow! Roll Tide and War Eagle takes a hit from Horton Watkins.
Even though I made the mistake, I can then blame it on Auburn. But EJ asked him, he said, but you were never convicted. He goes, yeah, because I settled. Not because I couldn't trust the court system.
A few.
There are certainly some examples of that. I think Barkley has grown in the estimation. I don't know if he was hated while he was playing, but he's certainly grown in people's estimation.
Because of his personality and his presence.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I mean, I think for any sport, like if you have Charles Barkley in the broadcast, you're automatically adding so many different awesome layers to it. Mm-hmm. Like the golf matches, I wouldn't watch 1 second of it, but they have Charles Barkley on there talking smack. I might watch a little.
Ooh, this is kind of a sneaker one, Jackson. I don't even know if you know who this person is, but Doug, this is a sneaker one. Hockey players will like this one, and Blues fans. Some would say Jay Bouwmeester. It's kind of a sneaker play, and I don't think, if you remember when he was first acquired, there was a lot of hype about it. Right. Kind of he was an understated guy. I think he'd be the first one to say it. But he was the Paul Goldschmidt of the Blues. It's not that he was a mean guy by any means, nor was Goldschmidt, but he just didn't really have any interest in that. That wasn't his personality. And to have him as part of that 2019 team, I think that's when Blues fans really began to appreciate what he was doing. But he was I don't know if a lightning rod would be fair because he didn't really have a personality to match as a lightning rod, but he caught a lot of hell here in his first few years.
I think he was on the ice. He was on the ice a lot. He played a lot, more than 20 minutes every night. He was on the ice for a few bad goals. He might have fallen down once or twice and got that reputation of this guy's no good. And as good as he was, it was hard for him to shake that reputation among some. But he was a dynamite player. He was really very, very good. It's just that he had a couple of bad moments early on, and he got a reputation that was not deserved.
What about Boom Boom Gunnarsson?
No, Boom Boom Gunnarsson. All due respect to Boom Boom Gunnarsson, necessarily was viewed in the same light. He just had the signature moment in Game 2.
Right.
Pretty awesome nickname.
Not the same level of player, though.
Pretty awesome nickname.
Okay. Doug, do you want to change your opinion based on his nickname, which was a facetious nickname for how light his slap shot was?
Yeah, I like it. I like it either way. I think
there's no way in hell you knew that was the story behind his nickname.
No shot. I thought it was because he was a hard-hitting guy.
No.
Okay. He wore number 4.
He was no Boom Boom Jeffrey on.
Who?
You've never heard of him. Just one of the greats of all time in the NHL. Bernie Boom Boom Jeffrey on, and you've never heard his name.
Who did he play for? Hartford?
Played for the Rangers for years.
Hartford.
Original 6, New York Rangers.
Guys, Jordan Kyrou will be one of those players. When we will look back, we will see how good he actually is right now. Everyone gets caught up in the mistakes. That's from the 314.
That's the hope.
Here's what I think. If I was going Nostradamus, the Blues trade him away, and then he goes into a system where he doesn't necessarily have to be one of the guys that fits his game more, and he goes off. There's my prediction that I'm sure plenty of people don't want to hear, but I'm just telling you what I think.
Yeah, I agree. I've always thought he'd be super dangerous on a really good team, where he was on a power play unit all the time, didn't necessarily have to come back and help out on defense nonstop.
Similar to Arenado, if you put him on a really good lineup.
I suppose everybody would be better on a good team, but I think his game and his numbers might really go way up if he was surrounded by some playmaking centers that were really talented.
Listening to Jackson talk about Charles Barkley is almost like listening to Charles Barkley talk about Jackson. They clearly don't know much about each other. That's from the 314.
What do I not know?
314, you can call in. We'll put you on immediately. Chairman Kurt will answer on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The question, Jackson, is?
That I don't know about Charles Barkley. I'd be shocked. You'd be shocked at how much Inside the NBA I watch.
Oh.
Old clips and new episodes alike.
Maybe too much?
No such thing. No such. You could inject that right into my veins. It's such a shame that's going to be over after this year.
Well, don't get angry about it.
I am angry about it. I am absolutely angry.
Why is it going to be over?
TNT and
lost
NBA
contract. And
Guys, what about any St. Louis Rams players? That's from the 314.
Janoris Jenkins has grown in my estimation over the last 3 months.
Where we think they're better now than when they were actually playing.
I don't know if now, all of them are not playing, but I think we had a greater appreciation immediately for London Fletcher after he left. I'm going back 2 decades here.
.com. You're talking about .com.
He was always online. They had a choice to keep one of the 3, Leonard Little-Azakim or London Fletcher, and the replacement of Jamie Duncan for London Fletcher didn't quite pan out.
No. Middle linebacker they got from Tampa, right?
That's correct.
And he was good down in Tampa, but we got here and he was maybe a year or 2 beyond his prime.
Yeah.
David Vobora.
That's not a name that came to mind right away. I think you got to think of the superstars maybe that you didn't.
William Hayes.
Somebody like Orlando Pace, who we knew was a great player, but probably none of that greatest show on turf stuff works without the best offensive tackle in the game.
That line was so damn good. Now,
There's still one active St. Louis Ram out there, Rob Havenstein.
I was actually watching that Rams Seahawks game, and I saw him. I'm like, oh yeah, I think he was
the last vestige. He's the last vestige of the St. Louis Rams with Aaron Donald retiring.
They left in 2016.
Yes, sir.
2015 was their last year. The ketchup and mustard game.
But January 2016, they officially left. It was the darkest day of my life. One of.
Chairman Kurt, what's going on here? I just got a text from you. You're taking calls in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, but the listeners don't want to come on the air?
Yeah, this thing's ringing like crazy over here. We had a guy call in that was adamant that we give an injury update after the Chiefs game last night. So I don't know if you want to get to that now or before email.
We have a Sports Center update coming up in just a few minutes.
Oh. And he wants, he's going to give the update?
No, he wants us to give one.
On Mahomes?
Just the whole team.
The entire injury report from the Chiefs following the game?
Yeah, do you
just
have that?
Across sports, like who's injured. That's in this segment.
And then someone else called. He didn't want to go on the air, but he was just dropping a little Charles Barkley knowledge. So I thanked him for that.
Is this Jackson's nemesis who said...
What did he say?
Something about throwing a guy through a
glass window
in
at a bar.
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Did you know that already?
Yeah. That's the story I was referencing earlier.
I think he was a bit of a bully during his playing days.
Yeah, 6'6", but could rebound like hell.
Didn't he elbow some African player in the Olympics, like right in the chest? Scored a basket, turned around, and just gave him a
Was that against Angola?
Yeah.
Because the guy was a skinny string bean. It just about broke him in half.
Yeah, Ron Artest did that to James Harden. That was rough.
Greg Zuerlein.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess, Greg Zuerlein. Okay, so haven't seen...
How about the punter, Johnny Heckers?
I don't think... Is he still... Maybe...
So when you gave this stat, you really had no idea.
I read this. It said Rob Havenstein was the last
Some guy
vestige.
on Twitter?
Yeah, probably. Everybody's some guy on Twitter.
Maybe the last one's still on the Rams.
That could be the case.
There you go. That's what it probably is.
That could be the case.
All right, we'll take a break. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45 here on the program. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. James Carlton presents Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on the program. Who do you think's going to be quarterbacking on Saturday in Columbia, Doug, for the Tigers?
Drew Pine.
I'll take the field. I just don't think they can do that. I just don't think they can. I don't think it can get worse.
Right.
It can't get worse.
I don't know what their plan is. I hope they run a lot of Wildcat. That's what I want to see is some Wildcat.
James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net, or just type his name, James Carlton, and then type State Farm Insurance Agency in Google, and then you're going to see 394 5-star reviews for James and his staff. And it's always focused on the same thing, customer service. That's James Carlton and the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. I'm a client, and I recommend you become one as well. It's James Carlton, carltoninsurance.net. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We got Blues hockey tonight in action against the Tampa Bay Lightning. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN, pregame at 6 p.m. and the puck drops at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA, 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. You missed anything, go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way in a matter of moments. And then BK and Ferrario will take over. You're always welcome to email me anything you would like. Hate mail, erotic stories, questions, comments, TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. Doug, I'll even get on the phone with you.
To talk about erotic stories?
I would.
With me?
No,
I'm not interested.
While you're flying today to L.A., why don't you just give me a call and we'll talk?
And I can give you an erotic story while I'm sitting in the airplane next to a bunch of other people.
That's correct.
In all honesty, dude, is this like a fantasy right now?
No, it wouldn't be. This is what you're asking me to do.
I'm just saying it's out there.
It's possible.
Well, a listener was concerned with the breaks and the number of Blues interviews we did in our first week. And I said, I have to understand. And I was about to email, and I said, you know what? I'll just give him a call. And we got on the phone, and I said, ask whatever you want. I'll be happy to answer it. But this is a quick transition, and so things are going to change. It's just going to take a little bit. And so I'm happy to do that. So, yeah, well, let's get on the phone today. Me and you, while you're flying to L.A., and I'll just talk with the listeners and you. We'll do a party line.
Better yet, why don't you give out your personal number now, and some other people who don't get a chance to talk to you as much as I do, they can give you a little jingle.
Sounds like you're trying to foist me on them.
Well, I don't have an erotic story today to give you, so maybe one of them do.
Maybe you can pick one up while you're out there.
Phone line?
While you're out in L.A., maybe you get yourself head down to Santa Monica and see what the word is.
Probably not going to happen. No.
See what the word is. All right, that's up to you. That's your miss.
I'm just doubtful.
Doug will be back on Monday, filling in his stead. Do you like that? Filling in?
I don't care for it, really.
Jeremy Rutherford and Rich Gould tomorrow. Josh Schertz, Billiken basketball coach, will be in studio on Thursday. Andy Strickland on Friday. And all kinds of friends of the Feather joining the program over the next few days while Doug is vacationing in the Hamptons/Southern California. We'll take a commercial break, come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is a place that has been in the market now, family owned and locally operated for 30 years. 30 years. Well, here's what Michael wants to make sure our audience knows. He's got a great opportunity for you. And that's not just about going in and doing business with Michael's Flooring. No. Michael's Flooring and Michael himself is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. $7 a square yard in compensation. That is unheard of. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living, and that is why he wants those in our audience to know he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that means getting the best installers, and that's why he's offering $7 a square yard. That's right. If you are interested, go and visit Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com. That's $7 a square yard for carpet installers. Join the team at Michael's Flooring. Go to Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com. Welcome back to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Croup in Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 10 o'clock hour, BK and Ferrario coming your way at the top of the hour. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day.
Okay.
Jackson, what are the standings?
Buck Swope, JV golf coach, one apiece.
All right, here you go. Like many St. Louisans, I woke up this morning wondering if the Houston Rockets won last night. Doug, that was a Sports Center update, wasn't it?
Alperen Şengün.
How'd they do? I didn't listen as much.
Rockets won. Rockets won.
Good.
Imagine my dismay when I was forced to listen to 2 full hours of St. Louis sports talk radio before finding out the result of that game. The next time international superstar Alperen Şengün drops double digits on the Knickerbockers, it better be the lead story on your precious dossier, pal.
25-14.
At least Tiger Boy had a big show with the drops, kind of like a young Stedman in that body and running around out there. The highlight of today's show was Martin's first taste of the WWE cap. If you watched on YouTube, you could see Martin's brain short circuit as he tried to figure out where those additional random voices were coming from as Grey's Anatomy blared on full volume in the background of Larry's phone call. TMA is on FM now, Lair. Let's hit the mute button next time to show some respect for HD1. Just when I thought your show couldn't get any better, a sponsor came in to sensually massage the host and watch Doug make out with a barbecue rib while caller Adam just sort of wandered around the studio like a lost third grader looking for his chaperone on a field trip. Man, I love this show. God bless TMA, God bless Calvin May, and God bless America. Hurry back, Doug. We miss you already. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
How about that? He misses you already.
Oh, I haven't left. I think he'll get over it.
You flying private?
Just a 3-day holiday. Duh, my flying private. You think I get on a commercial airline?
Yeah, you haven't flown commercial since you worked in Miami.
Many years, Timmy.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Missouri Chiefs remained undefeated after beating the Buccaneers in overtime. Libby Jack wouldn't know because he was locked in on Gabe's post-game coverage of Mizzou basketball's 20th straight loss.
Right.
Meanwhile, in South Dakota, the Billikens lost big man Robbie Avila to an ankle injury in their loss to Steve Nash's alma mater, Santa Clara. SLU head coach Josh Schertz said the injury doesn't look great, but then added, "We will rally around Isaiah Swope and we will play good basketball." But I think that the lead is that, again, I'm enjoying the show because Libby Jack is playing drops. Sure, it probably won't last as he'll focus extra hard on drops for a few days, then revert back to his usual form, where instead of playing drops, he spends each show figuring out what random NBA score he will troll the listeners with his next Sports Center update. Listening to TMA on Election Day always takes me back to November 20th, 2016, when our former Stoner board op was asked if he had voted. He initially responded yes, and then when Tim called the bluff, he said he was going to vote, before asking where the nearest polling place was to the St. Charles studio, to which Tim responded, "Oh boy," before Doug explained to the 27-year-old plowboy that you have to vote in the county in which you are registered, like he was talking to a first grader. They're tracking Amendment 2 over on the TMA subreddit is Moist Teach 3544. Doug, is that your
That's yours, right, Doug?
I don't even know what that means.
It's one of 3 you have.
Moist Teach?
You're also Jackson Loves Commies.
I'm not any of those.
Had what he felt was a real gotcha moment in his make-believe trial where he's prosecuting Tim for having a gambling problem. You see, yesterday, Tim had the nerve of wanting to know how soon after Amendment 2 passes would people be able to fire up the gambling apps without driving across the river to Illinois. What's that? Tim set his money on fire last night betting on Mizzou hoops and a Bucky Irving yardage prop. Time to take a break. That's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Today, I'm going to cast my vote with a fellow by the name of the JV golf coach.
I will be voting for Buck Swope.
I go with Buck Swope as well. Buck Swope has won. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. What a victory for Buck Swope, our Milagro Tequila listener of the month. Doug, you are heading out to Los Angeles and you're acquiring the Reagan Library.
Quite a bit of property today, yeah. So I may need Jeff Lotman to help me buy some of that because, it's going to be some very complicated real estate dealings. But I'm bringing a satchel of cash. So maybe that'll help move things along.
That should help things along. We thank Seth Goldcamp for his sponsorship of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. He's the longest-running sponsor on TMA. DesignAirService.com is where you can find Seth. I'm a longtime client. as well. Design Air Heating and Cooling is 4th generation owned and operated by Seth Goldcamp. His great-grandfather started the business, and they have a tenet of practice for their customers. No upselling. They come over, they diagnose the problem, they tell you what you need, they also tell you what you don't need to save you money, and then they take care of it, and that is that. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA, a decade for Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, closing out our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN.